Oh dear. That was something. Golly. Talk about a buzzkill. And the sad thing is, it might not even be over at this point, but we're good for now, at least for the next hour or so. So hopefully our fix fixed it. But yeah, fingers crossed. Um, that was a mess. What is, let's see. Should be up and running. That should be off. Golly. Okay, so I need at least to pour a drink or something. That was brutal. That scared me, forgot. What are we drinking? Um, so we have four choices. Four choices here. Four different bourbons, because it seemed like that was what the YouTube poll said to partake in. So here's our options. Eagle Rare, Wild Turk 101, John J. Bowman, and I don't even know, what is this? Milam and Green. All bourbons. Choose wisely. But I've had all these before. They're all pretty good. So there's no real wrong choice here. But holy smokes, man. I need one of them at this point. That scared me. I forgot I had this on. Yeah. Out of nowhere, I just appear. So our issue was with one of our internal systems importing data. One of the sources imported a bunch of zeros and overwrote a whole bunch of crap. So we're trying to figure that out. I have no idea how or why I am subscribed to your channel, but you now have my attention. Is this why I have your attention? What's your favorite bourbon? I don't think I've had those. I think my favorite of these is probably Eagle Rare. It's just the most, I feel like it's just got that classic bourbon flavor to it. It's what I associate most when I think of bourbon. I haven't had these two in a while. Wild Turk, I think. I mean, this is definitely what I recommend if you want like a bourbon for the price. I think this is like $22, but I'm gonna go with, I'll just go with Eagle Rare to start, and we'll see what happens. But that's not why you're here. Beep. So, Unraid. Wild Turkey is the only one I've had. I like Wild Turkey. For the price, Wild Turkey and like Four Roses, I think are probably the two best or two most that I recommend for people. Just because bourbon, I feel like it's the flavor range of bourbon is so narrow that it's so difficult, unless you're like a true bourbon expert, to taste the difference between like a really good $20-$30 bottle, high 20s, low 30s, or like a $100 bottle. So it's whatever you like. We usually go with Bullet. If we want something fancy, we'll be doing Angel's Envy. It's been a while since I have had Angel's Envy. I don't think we have any Bullet in the house either. We have a couple more downstairs, but I only brought up four. Yeah, I'd say favorite bourbon is between this Eagle Rare and Four Roses small batch is really good too. And those are like $20 to $30 a bottle. So anyway, let's see. Let's look at what you nerds are here for. So I think this is what I want to be on. Let's double check that. Okay. So Unraid. Let's talk Unraid. I know there's, well, a lot of you said you've used Unraid before a lot in whether it's for work or for pleasure, but I've seen it a bunch. I've seen people use it a lot. I've never personally used it myself. I took my budget, the video I did with my budget home server, I took that machine and installed Unraid on it. And the first two things that I noticed or that stuck out to me with Unraid, one being that it's not free, you have to pay for it. So that's way different than other hypervisors out there. Woo. And two is that there's no booting from a hard drive. So you install it to a USB stick, and then that USB stick becomes your boot device for Unraid. And there's no real way to, that I know, that I've seen. I'm pretty sure I read on Unraid's website that you can't boot from a hard drive. So obviously the free thing, for consumers, everything, you'd like everything to be free, but the benefit of a paid software like this is that, you know, it obviously gives money to the developers to where they can focus a lot more on, you know, patching and upgrades and whatnot. So, you know, you kind of get what you pay for most things. So I don't have, if something's really good, I don't mind paying for it. I don't have to have everything for free. So it's not like it's that big of a deal. I think it's like $60 for the smallest tier, which is what, like 6 devices. Bourbon is distinctive, but I'm not sure I agree with the narrow range. There's a pretty big difference between the Turkey Buffalo Trace, for example. Yeah, I knew when I said that. I don't necessarily mean they all taste the same. I'm more so saying that the range of tastes when it comes to bourbon is more narrow than if you're like drinking scotch, where scotch has this crazy range of different flavors that I've experienced. So I don't necessarily mean that every bourbon tastes the same, because obviously that's not true. I just meant compared to like scotch, where it's insane the range of flavors you can get with different scotches, comparatively. Yeah, they tie the license to the USB stick, so it needs to have a unique identifier. Right. So that's your drive. So that's the two things I noticed right off the bat that were different than, say, TrueNAS Scale or Proxmox, which are the other two kind of hypervisors that I'm used to seeing, and back when I was running it on Windows, like VMware or something. My stream is very delayed, apparently. I don't think I have a delay on, but yeah, it looks like the chats are coming in like 30 seconds later. Yeah, Scotch definitely a wider range, I think. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's just what I meant when I said narrow range. But yeah, with Unraid, I'm doing the trial right now just because, like I said, I don't mind paying for it, but the highest tier I think is $100 and something. So if I do enjoy using this after the trial, like obviously that's what the trial's for, to test it, then I'd be more than happy to buy the subscription, or the not subscription, but the key for that. But I messed with it very briefly the other day, and one thing I noticed, I'm going to be doing a lot of comparisons between this and like Proxmox, or this and TrueNAS, because that's what I'm familiar with. But obviously the big thing with Unraid is that it's not running ZFS, obviously. Whereas TrueNAS, the NAS solution I use, is ZFS. So this is much different. Right when I got in, it prompted me to create an array. And when I think of array and pools, I think of like like in ZFS, I think more of like pools where, you know, I want different sections of data, but apparently in Unraid, you just throw all your drives into an array and select one or two to be parity drives, and it just does some kind of magic. Like you can see here, I have 4 2 terabyte hard drives and a 256 gigabyte SSD, all in the same array, which is so strange to me, but apparently that's a thing. Yeah, you can get a ZFS plugin. I did Google that before, like, hey, can I run ZFS on Unraid? And yeah, apparently there's plugins. I read briefly, and there's mixed reviews. Some people were saying it. I read a lot of things where they were having issues getting it set up and whatnot, but I'm not too picky about my file system. Honestly, I'm a one person with a home server. I'm not setting this up for a business or a corporation or something where deciding what file system you're using is like extremely key and has to go through like, you know, different levels of what's the word I'm trying to use for, but different people have to approve it and you have to kind of discuss which one you're going to use. For me, for a home server, honestly, your file system really isn't going to play too much into your basic performance. Obviously, ZFS has pros and cons over, what's this, XFS or whatever it's using. But the one thing I know about ZFS that I like is, not that, you know, like, it's very RAM dependent and uses your RAM as cache, which from what I've seen really speeds things up. I'm just really familiar with it, so, you know, that's how it be. Apparently it's also officially, or coming officially to Unraid soon. Okay. You shouldn't put the flash, that's not the flash drive. That is the, that is a NVMe drive. This disk 4 right here. This flash drive is down here. It's my boot disk. It's because the data is not striped. It's using 1 or 2 of the largest drives to hold. Yeah, so it's essentially like RAID 5 or what is RAID 6, just 2 parity drives. So it's essentially just a big RAID 5 configuration, right? So if you have, is there a limit to how many parity drives you can have? I saw it was asking for like 2. Can you, if you want to throw like like 60 drives in here, can you only have 2 parity, or can you have up to however many you want? How does that work? Anyone ever successfully put Unraid on a SATA DOM? I've been using Unraid for about 2 hours now. My first Unraid build was 250 gigabyte IDE drives and 2 500 gigabyte SATA. So you've been working with Unraid for a while, or you just scoured a really old thrift store and found some really old hard drives. The big difference to the others is the pricing and community packets, where you have to rely on support. Or do you mean difference to other hypervisors, or Digit Eagle? Eagle? I hope I'm saying that right. Eagle. Unraid has the advantage you can add and upgrade drives as needed. Right. That is one of the things. I've been making like a notepad list as I've messed around with Unraid, because I do want to make like a video talking about Unraid and comparing that to Proxmox and TrueNAS and whatever. And that is so convenient. And something you don't get in ZFS is that if I have these 2 terabyte, so I have 4 of them, one's a parity. Let's ignore the solid state drive. So essentially I have 6 terabytes. If I use that all up and I'm like, crap, I need more storage, in Unraid, I can literally just throw more drives in there, take the array down, put the new ones in, and let it do its thing. So that's extremely convenient, and I can obviously you can see the benefit of running something like that as opposed to ZFS, where right now I have 2 striped mirrors. So I have 4 discs, 2 mirrored and the other 2 mirrored, and then those are striped together. So if I wanted to upgrade that pool, I would essentially need to get 2 of the exact same drives, mirror those, and essentially stripe that across. So you can't just say, oh, I want like 4 terabytes more. Let me throw a 4 terabyte drive in there, which super convenient, especially in like a home setup where, you know, you don't have a big fat budget where you can go to your boss and say, look, we need a storage upgrade. I need these exact drives. 2 is the limit for parity. Okay. Yeah, 2 parity and 28 data drives. Okay. So there's just a straight up hard capped limit. That makes sense. Oh, egal means Wayne in Germany. Got it. And yes, hypervisor. Yeah, for sure. So this compared to something like TrueNAS or TrueNAS and Proxmox, it definitely feels more. I don't really know the best word. I don't want to say professional because that implies that like Proxmox or TrueNAS feel unprofessional, and they don't. But it does feel more like more polished. I don't know. I don't know the best word to describe it, but the features and everything you get in this seem much more well thought out and well fleshed out in Unraid from just using it for a little while. One thing I noticed that I wasn't too fond of is like I created a couple of VMs just to mess around with, and can you not just start one VM from the VM page? Am I like a big dumb? Because my intuition said, oh, I want to start a VM. Let me go to my VMs and start it. But I guess you have to go to main or dashboard and then click here to start it, or much more polished for a home user versus a professional. So that's the thing. I am just a home user. I'm not, I mean, I work in IT, but we don't run stuff like this. We don't run, or at least I'm not in charge of it. Everything we run is Windows through Windows Server and whatnot. So we don't run any of the software. So I don't know how well it translates to a enterprise or professional environment, but for home users, yeah, I feel like this feels and looks more like a software you could get somebody to use. Like somebody you could look at this and be like, yeah, this looks inviting. This looks, yeah, I like this. Whereas I would say TrueNAS is probably next on the list, and then Proxmox, when you open it, you're just like, nah, this doesn't look like something I want to use. It's not a hypervisor. So Open Media Vault, that's next on the list of things I want to get into, because I've had a lot of people ask about Open Media Vault, and I've never used it before, so I want to be able to run a comparison between that and TrueNAS. So that's probably something that I'm going to get into soon. ESXi is pretty much the enterprise standard. Yes, I've heard that. I haven't run ESXi yet. I'm slowly making my way through the list of hypervisors. I guess ESXi is on the list next. Less daunting compared to Proxmox TrueNAS. I agree. It's definitely more inviting, definitely more welcoming of a user experience, it seems like. So what did I miss? Click on Tux. When running VMs, I should say I'm not sure about containers. So if we wanted to run Open Media Vault on Unraid, we would essentially have to, so I would compare that to actually what I'm running. I'm running Proxmox, but I'm running TrueNAS virtualized on Proxmox. So the way I'm doing it is I'm literally passing through an entire HBA card through PCI pass-through to my TrueNAS VM. So it's essentially seeing those drives natively as if they were plugged in and running on bare metal. But for here, that doesn't seem like something you could do. Can you pass through entire drives to a VM? I know they have PCI kind of pass through on here, but I'm not super familiar with it. Please take a look at Rockstore as well. It's way easier for smaller setups. LXC needs a lot less power, especially if you run a bunch of containers. Agreed. Need the community applications plugin. Okay, so is that a thing? Is that something we can go get right now? Yes, you can. Okay. So community applications plugin. What's the play here? Community applications plugin, Unraid. Okay. So I assume this is it. Install and choose. Okay. I'm going to go with my intuition and just click around. Wait. Wait. Just install the plugin, go to apps, and enjoy the freedom. Okay. To install this plugin, paste the following URL into the plugin's install. Sounds easy enough. That looks like a thing. That also looks like a thing. Did we do it? Was that really it? Okay, how do I... Now what? Community applications are like Docker apps. That was my next question. So I was browsing recently through, I think it was in here, and I was seeing like, okay, so this one, I guess is available on Docker Hub. I guess there are all these. So this one isn't. So what is this? It's an app, but it's not Docker based, or... I guess it just installs straight through, just like using regular Linux instead of through Docker. See, my impression with the apps is that they were all Docker containers, and I think that's what TrueNAS Scale does with their app store, is that they're all Docker based. Refresh. Check for updates. What am I missing? No, get out of apps, plug. Oh, apps. Gotcha. Uh-huh. Okay. So it's like a store. So then I can go what? To plugins. And more. This should be it, right? Okay. I hate how delayed it is because I read things and I do them, then I wait to see if that's correct. Downloads? Oh, I guess this is top how many times they've been downloaded. So what do we get here? Pre-clear disk, a GUI front end for the very popular pre-clear disk, which allows you to pre-clear your disk prior to adding them to Unraid. Okay, cool, I guess. This plugin allows Radeon Top to your Unraid server. Those are actual plugins. Shit. So where do I find community apps? That's what I said. It's also community plugins, so you can't just trust them. Find the Plex. So if I just search Plex, right? That sounds intuitive. Gotcha. Okay, this one says official. Why are there so many? What, like what? Okay, so these are the different repositories. I see. So if you like trust bin hex's repository, then I guess you'd feel safe doing that. What is Plex Ripper development? I think I just searched. Yeah, it's under all apps right now. So Plex Discord bot. Cool, I guess. 64 apps? Is that necessary? Sounds really excessive. Like, yeah, you would just use this, right? Okay, well, let's see what happens. Install. Name, Plex Media Server. Yep, sounds right. Sounds right. Console shell command, shell. Works for me. Can we just leave these as default? How's this work? Container path. I mean, it's just those by default, right? Key2, oh, UID, GID. I wonder if it'll create these paths if I leave them blank. Plex just released around, that's the first one. Data is the path on the Unraid to your media. Okay. Well, I don't have any media right now, so is there a way, what's the best way to create folders on your like Unraid system? Like I see these, I guess these were default ones that were already created. App data, domains, ISOs, system. So if I go back to like shares, no, not shares main. Where do I have to, you can pass through drives, data is not yet, you don't, shares. Oh, okay, duh, I was just looking at it. So when I think of shares, I think of shares. I don't think of like the actual file system, which I guess is just a verbiage thing. So to add a share would essentially be like adding a folder, a folder to your file system that you can also share through SMB or whatever. Okay, so say I wanted to add a share called like Plex data. This is Plex data. Use cache pool. No, I don't have one. Allocation method, high water. Anybody want to fill me in on what this means? So does this mean which drive it's going to pick from the array? Is that like a you can choose not to share them after you make them? Okay. Interesting. I did notice that because when I wanted to upload an ISO to boot a VM from, like with Proxmox, what I do is there's literally like uh, almost a tool. You click a button, select the ISO from your desktop or wherever you have it, and it uploads it to like an ISOs folder. I didn't see that option in Unraid. I actually had to map to the share, the ISOs share, and then drop it in there through SMB. Samba. Leave high water. Right click, that explains it. Oh. Oh, okay. That's not intuitive, but now I know. The setting determines how, let's read, let's see. Choose the lowest numbered disk with free space still above the current high water mark. The high water mark is initialized with the size of the largest disk, data disk divided by 2. So mine would be 1 terabyte since my largest disk, data disk, is 2 terabytes. So our high water is 1 terabyte. So it's saying choose the lowest number disk with free space still above 1 terabyte, which would be all of them at this point. The goal of high water is to write as much data as possible to each disk, while at the same time try to keep the same amount of free space on each disk. Okay, that makes sense. Fill up, choose the lowest number of disks that still has free space and the current minimum free space setting, or most free. Choose the disk that has the most free space. Yeah, high water just seems like the way to go. For sure. Minimum disk, free disk space, sure. Split level. Determines whether a directory is allowed to expand into multiple disks. Huh. So automatically split any directory as required. That's normal. That's like any other RAID configuration, or like RAID 5. That just sounds like normal RAID 5, right? Hi from Germany. To reduce the amount of shares, I create top folders like private, business, media, and then put subfolders in it. That definitely makes sense, because I can see if you're creating shares or folders for every like application, that could get quite messy. Is Unraid free? It is not. I'm on a trial version. If you want to try it, you can try for like 30 days, I believe. And then after that, it's not super expensive for what it is. I mean, it's, so pricing, you can see it here. Basic, Plus, and Pro. And these are one-time fees. This isn't a subscription, but note that this is per USB drive. So per system that you want to install this on. So with basic, you get 6 storage devices. It's basically tiered out by how many drives you want to use. So basic, Plus, and Pro. I honestly would just go with Pro because I'd be so paranoid about upgrading. Actually, you can upgrade too. So here you can see if you can buy basic, start out, and then if you want to upgrade, just pay a little bit more and you'll be fine. But let's go back. Included discs, all of them. I do like the granularity this does give you though when creating a share. I don't think Proxmox or TrueNAS, well, that's dependent on their file system. So ZFS probably can't even do this, but this is extremely interesting how you can very meticulously pick how you want your folders and data to be stored in your array, which is making more sense because I was kind of confused when I first created the array and it was like, just put all your shit in one array, put everything in there. Don't worry, you can handle it later. I was kind of skeptical about that because that just seems weird, but interesting. What specs would you recommend for Unraid? I don't think there's any specific specs. I think the specs are going to be determined by what you want to run on Unraid. I mean, this is running off a USB drive and it's extremely like minimalistic in terms of headroom for your system. So I don't think you need anything crazy to run it. At the very least, make sure your processor supports virtualization, which most do. All server level stuff will, but almost all new, anything from the last like 5 or so years, desktop processors can handle hyper virtualization. But yeah, it's basically up to you and what you're running on it. The really cool part is, say you want to move to a different machine, just move the USB drive and the hard drives and done. Just move the USB drive and the hard drives and done. So the only thing I'm thinking there is VMs. I guess VMs would take a little bit more work to do because you have to specify kind of how many CPU cores and how much RAM you want it to use. So maybe that requires more, but in terms of storage, yes, that does sound extremely convenient. Your motherboard shits the bed or something happens with your processor and you just completely need a new system. You want to migrate all your data, just unplug the USB stick and plug it into a new one. Throw the drives in there and at least all your data is there, which is pretty cool. Just found your channel. If you do things like this, I'll be around forever. I mean, that's the plan. This is what I think my third stream. I'd streamed yesterday and it was a shit show. I put together a PC and it took like 5 hours. I promise I'm not bad at putting together PCs, but that was just a mess. I probably won't be streaming back-to-back days, but my fiance is out of town, so I got nothing to do except hang out. So I figured I would host some streams. So more cores, more efficient. More cores, more RAM. Yeah. The more cores you can get, the more RAM you can get, the better off you'll be when you want to spin up a shit ton of stuff to test out. Okay, so all disk, and you can exclude disks. So that's cool. So let's add the share. That was another question I had for you guys. So I'm used to TrueNAS setting up user permissions in there. This one, so this doesn't seem as intuitive to me. So I go down here to SMB security settings. I understand the Plex data name. I don't, so I wish I knew this when I was dicking around with this stuff before, because I would have just clicked on this stuff and it would have answered a lot of my questions. So export, this setting determines whether the share is visible and or accessible. The yes hidden setting will hide the share from browsing, but is still accessible if you know the share name. The yes hidden setting will hide the share. Does that make sense to you guys? So if I hit yes on export, it hides it. Am I getting that right? By the way, I really like your office. Thank you. It's much more clean and well put together from this view than it is from my view, but thank you. There are permissions at the bottom. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to make sure I get right. I just set it, I just left it as default when I did the ISOs one so that I could connect. No, you have to select yes hidden from the, oh, Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot. Okay. So no, I guess would just mean it doesn't show up. Okay. Case sensitive names. Okay. So, okay, so you can bring in settings from another share, which is cool, or you can write these directly out to another share. That seems cool. Security, I guess this is where you specify who you want to give access to, right? But I assumed when I clicked like private, it would give me a drop-down list of like the users I want to give access to, or yes, hidden, no, yes, hidden hides it. Yeah, thank you. The no means not shared at all, and it's just a folder on the array. Okay, that's what I figured. So yes just means it exists out there and it can be discovered on your local network. Yes, hidden means it's not discoverable on your local network, but if you know the name, you can get to it. So I can see the benefit from each of those. That makes sense. Okay, hit apply. So it's set to private now. Oh, okay. So once you hit apply, now you can select guests. Guests have no access. So to give them access, so I've obviously never done this before. So I'm going with this with intuition from other systems that I used. For example, with TrueNAS, it's kind of like select, like right when you create it, it brings you straight into the, or what, right when you want to share it, it brings you straight into like the permissions and the users, and it asks you for a group and what users you want directly. This I figured when I selected private from the dropdown, it would kind of load in a secondary window, but okay, now I've done this and I can see there's a user access section, but again, I would think there'd be like select users. I guess I have to go directly to the users maybe? I only have one. Let's add a user, a test user. Testy boy. This is my testy boy. They look like that. Password is password. Password. Invalid username, only lowercase. Sorry. Tell them where to find dark mode, please. Private is for users. I'm assuming you only have, yeah, I do only have the root account. Done. From user settings at the top menu. I agree. And intuitiveness here is a bit off for sure. I don't mind with things being not as intuitive. As long as I know how to do them, I'm usually okay with it. So I'm learning. It's fine. So we're back in shares. Let's go. I'm gonna see how intuitive. Oh wait, let's find dark mode. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. There's gotta be like, it's gotta be somewhere. Web GUI. Variables? Is there a dark mode? Dark mode? I'm getting close, aren't I? Dark. No. Light? No. Damn it. Go back to your user created and you'll see the shares. You select the permissions. You just have to go back into users. Got it. Done from now I'm on a mission to find dark mode. Unless I'm getting pranked here and there's actually no dark mode. Somebody help. Dark mode is new to me. Been using it in Unraid for roughly 15. I'm getting pranked, aren't I? I'm going back into users. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So you specify the permissions at a user level. I'm more used to going to the folder and then specifying what users have access to it rather than kind of the other way around where you go to the user and specify what they have access to. So this is new to me. Settings, display settings. Settings, display settings. Was there straight up like a... Oh wait, you mean like dark mode for like the browser in general? Or is there just straight up a dark mode in Unraid? Or are you just telling me to set my browser to dark mode? Which appearance? It already is set to dark mode. I'm getting bamboozled here. Settings tab up top. Bruh, if I could read, this would be much easier. Okay, display settings. How much I want to bet I can't find it. Disk settings, Docker, identification, network settings, global share settings, VM manager. Display settings, found it. Dynamics. Black. Ooh. What? Azure? Oh, okay. So it, oh shit. It was like way different. Gray? Oh, I don't think I like that. I think I like this. Interesting. Temperature unit. We're gonna leave it Celsius. Okay. Interesting. What else we got here? Page view, non-tabbed, number scaling automatic, number format. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's go back here. Ooh, I don't know if I like this. I'm usually a dark mode kind of guy, but I think I was liking the light version better. What do you guys think? You think this is better? This dark mode? Let's see. Plex data, private, no access. You're getting read write. Apply. So now, theoretically, I should be able to do something like 10.0.0.74 slash, what did we call this one? Plex data. What did we name ourselves? I don't even remember shit. Testy boy. Password. We're in. We did it. We did it, guys. Dark mode. First thing a tool has to offer to get used by me. Azure looks like Ubuntu's Unity. It does. I like how Slack offers 15 different themes. Everything I run is pretty much in dark mode, so this should be interesting if The landman registry settings aren't set. I don't know what that is, to be honest. So yeah, we're in. Here's our Plex data. So let's take something from my actual Plex and put it in here. All right, you guys have to tell me your favorite TV show from this list. You can't see them all, but, oh wait, hold on. Oh no, give me a list. How do I view medium? There we go. All right. Oh God. What is your favorite show from this list? Go. I will be sipping, waiting for your reply. Breaking Bad, Buffy, Breaking Bad. I don't see Farscape. I am disappointed. Futurama or Parks and Rec. So some of these I've put on for requests of friends, but a lot of them are for me. Parks and Rec. So we got 2 Breaking Bads, 2 Parks and Recs. Band of Brothers is good. Farscape. I'm gonna have to look into that one. Breaking Bad. Man, y'all are some Breaking Bad. Oh, you said Breaking Bad twice. Molester. You can't vote twice. But I have memories of Boy Meets World though, dude. Tell me about it. I've literally, like a couple of weeks ago, just rewatched it. So I'm definitely a fan of the Boy Meets World. Although it did get a little too what is the word I'm looking for? Like try hard, mushy gushy, like in your feelings towards the end. In the earlier seasons when they were kids was the best Boy Meets World seasons. Where's South Park? I should honestly have South Park on here, to be honest. I can't believe I don't. That's a good question. Need Sonar plus Usenet for movies. Man, y'all really like Breaking Bad. I love Breaking Bad. For sure. I do have a bunch of movies on here. A decent amount of movies. How did I do this before? Oh man, there's so many. There's so many. Good luck. Yeah, you can't even see. Yeah, there's too many. So there's a lot of Abbott and Costello just because I watched that with my dad when I was younger. So I'll put all those on there for him. But there's just so much shit on here. John Wick. Who's pumped for the new John Wick? John Wick, it's got some weird ass name, but the 4th one. I'm pumped. Anyway, let's take the John Wicks. Let's take you, and you. We're gonna drag you to here. And we'll put a folder called movies because that's how Plex likes it, right? Interstellar. C is good. Yeah, earlier seasons were definitely better for sure, for sure. So those of you that were here yesterday on the stream, is the audio any better? I connected my actual mic that I use for my YouTube videos, my expensive boy mic. So I'm hoping the audio quality is a little better because I rewatched my stream from, not the whole thing, but I rewatched some clips from my stream the other night and I was like, ugh. The mic kept clipping and shit. It was not good. So I'm hoping the audio sounds a little bit better this stream than it did yesterday. Interstellar was a very good movie. See, I was entertained by it. I hate when I feel like especially with sci-fi movies like Interstellar, I went into it, I watched it, I enjoyed it, it was awesome. Then you go read like forums and they're like, but actually when he was moving forward in time, that's not how it would actually work. I'm like, bro, it's a movie. Relax. It sounds good, but I thought the audio was fine yesterday too, honestly. Okay, well, cool. Well, this is easier to set up. I don't have to move the big arm around and it doesn't get in the way. So, all right, we have our John Wicks. John Wicks secured. So now I can go back to my apps. I can be like, yo, give me that Plex, bro. Wait, where's the official one? Why is the official one at the... All right, do I have it sorted by... Oh, I feel like I don't I don't like that, how it's defaulted to name ascending. I feel like there should be kind of like, if there's an official one, put it at the top. Because intuitively, if I come in here, I'm like, oh, well, this is the first one, so that's got to be the right one. Even if I go to downloads, okay, downloads shows it. What is this? The official container supported by Tatuli devs. And it can run alongside your Plex to monitor. That's pretty cool. We want the official. Shocked to see no one said Silicon Valley. I love Silicon Valley. You know those shows where when you finish it, you're mad because it was so good and it ended? Some shows, like, they're good, but towards the end seasons, they kind of, were milking it and ran out of ideas. So it kind of went downhill. So when it ends, you're like, okay. Silicon Valley, I was like, man, I'm kind of upset this is over. By the way, did you already start a journey into Windows 11? Had a lot of audio issues with my XLR devices. I have not. I have the machine that last night I put together the Win 11 machine on stream. It sucked and it's been sitting here. I went to bed after the stream and haven't messed with it yet, but I plan on getting to that eventually. I have so many things I want to get to Windows 11. What is it? EXCI, hypervisor. I want to mess with Open Media Vault a little bit. So many things I want to do. So I gotta just pick one and go with it. Install. Did you see Halt and Catch Fire at all? Very underrated show. I have not. I have not. Did I miss anything? I hate to say it, Unraid is going to take a few days to figure out all the extras. It can, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with learning curves. I don't expect systems with this kind of potential and this many moving parts to be like, grandma getting an iPhone and, she wants to be able to pick it up and use it and mess with the apps on day one and be able to do everything. I don't mind a learning curve, so that's perfectly fine with me. Sorry, I have to text the lady. Why are you autocorrecting that? Women, right? Audio quality sounds good, but I hear some network drops. You see, I feel like we did this. Yeah, we did, but I didn't have um, the share set up, so I just left it. So I don't know what this transcode path, data path makes sense because now I can say, just use Plex data. I don't know what this is. It's just going to use, or it's going to establish the UID 99 and 100. Usually, that's not usually what I see, but all right, let's go with it. Start container after install. Please fill out this field. So I guess it does want a transcode. So can I create one? Can I do this? Is it going to let me do that? Maybe. It might throw me an error that that folder doesn't exist. Dockers on Unraid are actually really powerful. I love Docker. I took a training for Docker, I think 2 years ago for work. They sent us to a Docker training session, and the first day I was like so freaking lost. Because I'd never used Docker before. And I've been, no, at this point it was probably 3 years ago. I never really used Docker. So I was like, wait, what? You have a container and it's not actually running this. It's coming from like an image and you don't need an operating system. Like, what? It didn't make sense to me. I was like, how do you run something without an operating system? But I'm very new to the home lab, the hypervisors, the home servers, the everything. I'm very new to that. So don't think I'm some kind of expert. As I learn things, I post videos about it on YouTube to help anybody out there who was going through the same things I did. So don't see me as some kind of crazy expert on all these things. Okay, so I didn't read what it said. I probably should have done that, but I guess it's installed. Space Invader 1 is a good YouTuber to watch. See what on. I feel like I saw that name somewhere else when I tweeted at Unraid. They somebody suggested that person, I believe. Reading through a thread, but haven't seen anyone mention. Oh wow, look at that! Literally, both of you guys said it. He's good. Transcodes equals /TMP for RAM. Is that, huh? Is that common? Is that a thing? You had more steps to do for the media. It's okay. It could be a pain to do it in the GUI. Go to Docker now. All hail the guru. No, I am not the guru. Docker. So Plex is up and running. It's on port. So which one is the web on? 305? Maybe? No? Is it, oops. Is it on 1900, I guess? What am I missing here? How do I get to the server GUI? Oh wait, there's more. There's more. Okay. 8324. That's a lot of ports. Or is it 32? I can't remember. I haven't freaking logged into my Plex server using the port in so long. That's not it. 8324. That one's got to be it. I am the big dumb. Click on the Plex icon. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're learning. We're learning. Oh, goodness. This application is not hosted by Plex. Continue. I do recognize. I have a Google. I'm wondering how this is going to work. Let me see. Let me log in with Google. Turn this off. Can I do this? Bang. I gotta send me a two-factor. Beep, boop, bang, bada bing, boom, pow. We're in. There goes why I use Jellyfin over Plex. Jellyfin, name another thing I gotta do. We're stealing your Google infos right now. You're hacking me. You gotta hack the mainframe. The coolest thing Unraid just offers is the Swag app. I can't tell if you're trolling me. Same with your VMs, by the way. Just click the icon of the VM. Really. But in the I know in like over here, I can click this and do it. But I was like, oh, I want to start a VM. I should be able to go here. God, frick. Okay. I will say everything in Unraid isn't as intuitive as I thought it would be. But okay, when in doubt, just click something. Which sounds super basic. Okay. Guess we're taking our time. Taking our time. Swag equals Nginx reverse proxy with Docker, mods, and Authelia? Never heard of Authelia. I guess some kind of auth thing? Authorization thing? Nginx reverse proxy with Docker. Nginx reverse proxy with Docker. Huh. I tried to tell you, didn't listen. Well, now I know. In Unraid, click shit. When in doubt, click it. It's thinking about. I mean, I know it's thinking. I can hear the hard drive spinning by my feet. So that. So trying to think. So when I install. So I'm trying to think of how this compares to my setup. Still waiting for the Pi-hole container. Same, probably that folder you tried to create. Yeah, if there's no transcode folder in here. So that's another thing. Can I, oh wait, I can just pull this up. I have it open already. Oh yeah, so I did create it. So I guess that's fine. It's just taking a sweet old time. Authelia is a multi-factor security. Yes, okay, that makes sense. There's no pie hole. Pie hole rocks on Unraid. No, I haven't done anything. Everything I've done, all I've done on Unraid before the stream was mess around with these two VMs. So, but pfSense and OpenSense are much bigger. That's weird. Should load right away. Something's not right. I agree. This doesn't make sense. What? I switched from Pi-hole to AdGuard. Familiar with Pi-hole, for sure. AdGuard I have never used. Okay, so it should see, we go movies, it's called movies. Browse the media folder, which should have data, movies, boom. Boom. We're in. Hey, look, it's me. Continue. So that's annoying. I have the Office on here, but the freaking art for the American one is the UK version. So now I should just be able to get to movies Unraid. And here's John Wick. Bada bing, bada boom, we're in. Get demonetized. This is now a John Wick watch party. You guys were all freaking bamboozled. You thought this was an Unraid stream. John Wick. Which one is this? The first one? John Wick viewing party. Get wrecked. I'm kidding. I really do like the John Wick movies though, and I'm super pumped for the fourth one. So cool. Now we got Plex up and running. That was easy peasy. That was super easy. What else can we install? What else you guys want to install? See what's going on in the Discord real quick. I see you joining the Discord. I'll wave back. By the way, if you're in here and you haven't joined the Discord, the link's in the description below. I just created it like a couple days ago, so it's not anything special or crazy. We got like 40 something people in there, but it's a start. You want to come hang out and talk about tech things? I'm usually in there. We got a couple people who are pretty active in there. It's chill. Well, I don't understand that language. That's for sure. Now you're going to need to pass through your video card for transcoding. So, how do I pass it through to a container, to a Docker container? Because I have a, where is it? So if you look at my system devices, I have a GT 1030 in here right now. Currently, I'm passing it through to my Windows VM, because it's super intuitive, and when you create the VM, it asks you what video card you want to use, which is pretty cool. The Discord, the Discord. The links in the description. You need an SSD for your metadata. First, do you have PlexPass? I do. I do have PlexPass. That was German. Sorry. You could have told me it was anything, and I would have believed you. What am I? I'm missing something. Unraid have support for Looking Glass. I don't know what Looking Glass is. Sonar plus radar plus stab. I don't know what that is. Deluge equals fun. That's what I love about like home setups, like server setups. Everybody has like their little kind of package of things they like to use, like a combination of services or programs. And it's cool seeing what everybody else uses, because like me, like I don't know what the shit that is, but now I can go look and figure out if it's something legit that I want to integrate into mine. NVIDIA plugin. Go back to the Docker container. You have to have PlexPass to use hardware encoding. Yeah, I do have PlexPass, so I think we're good. So there's an NVIDIA plugin for wait, apps. Plugin or apps? What do I have to do? Using another downloader option. Okay. Apps. 1030 GT can not encode, only decode. Space Invader decided not to worry about NVIDIA issues and released a video step-by-step guide to unlock all the cores on your card, so it's like a Quadro card. Huh. NVIDIA locks your GeForce card to one stream because they suck. Yeah, I saw Craft Computing did a video where he did the GPU unlocking and made it to where the system sees it as a Quadro and allows you to do the splitting of your GPU. I tried it with mine, but it wouldn't work. Or I tried it with I had a 10, I have a 2070 Super in there. I tried it with that, it didn't work. But good looking at it. I was in the market for a 1050 Ti. I have a 1050 Ti in, so I have a video on my channel where I bought this. Can't remember the brand of the case, but you can fit two systems in one case. One goes on the back. You can fit a micro ITX board, and it does have a dual low profile PCI slot, and I have a low profile 1050 Ti in there. That was Tesla though. It wasn't a GPU pass-through, massive server in my basement, play games upstairs with an i3 and crappy GPU. Looking Glass is amazing if your wife hates having full towers everywhere. That makes sense. I'd never heard of Looking Glass. I use Parsec to do just like streaming over LAN. If I want to like play something from one server, Parsec works great across LAN. But we can figure this GPU stuff out another time. Let's find another cool app to install. What do we want to do? Let's browse. Cryptocurrency, what? Chia, this is the storage one, right? Bitcoin D. Support the Bitcoin network by hosting your own node. Nah. Doge node. Are these like actual things people, normal people, install? Yeah, you can post links. Be right back. I'm gonna go feed the dogs and get some water. Be right back. All right, we got some pasta salad too, because your boy's hungry. What did I miss? Oh God, I'm out of breath. Stairs. Radar, sonar. Can anyone put apps into the community app store? I just switched from Proxmox to Unraid a couple of weeks before, so my lab isn't complete right now. I'm struggling with swag. I'm still on Proxmox. I love Proxmox. Probably just because I'm so familiar with it. Flash pool, Plex metadata pool, fast storage, etc. USB mounting SMB shares on another server. I would cry if he's wearing different pants. I did not switch pants. True, but USB for pool, blah, blah. Coolest for those with large media libraries in a variety of formats. Whoa! Nathan, got to get back to work. Catch you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the super chat. $10. I love that. I love that jam. That gets me hype. Thanks again, Nathan. I appreciate you, man. Join the Discord if you haven't already, or just come hang out when we have streams. Much appreciated, my dude. Have a good night. Sean Shea. What up, Sean Shea? Tired from work, tired from drinking, still tuned into the owl. I appreciate that. All right. Most importantly, which one are we going with? I'll take this one out because I already had this one. Turkey, John Jay, or I can never remember, Malam. Turkey, John Jay, or Malam. The choice is yours. Did you look up IronCorp, an awesome open source? They have made a collaboration. Oh, I'm missing something. I gotta check my stream settings. I'm pretty sure I turned delay off. So I'm not sure why it's so delayed. Votes for the Turk, John Jay. We got one for Turk, we got one for John Jay. Here, my fiance made Greek pasta salad, and it's so freaking good, dude. Look at this. Don't look at my face. It's so good. It's just delicious. Turk, John Jay, Turkey, John Jay. What type of whiskeys? These are all four of those are bourbons. I think I have one rye downstairs and one Irish whiskey. Trust me, issues will fall in the future. Traffic is the best. I downloaded Traffic once, and I jumped into it, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. So I panicked and got rid of it. Another vote for the Turkey. So we have Turkey, John Jay, Turkey. Turkey. Looks like it's Turkey. Nobody wants the Malam. I don't think anybody knew what I said. Malam. Irish is king. I had a bad experience with Irish whiskey, so subconsciously I can't like drink it. All right. Whiskey water. Traffic seems hard to get into. I would agree with that, Tommy. I'm pretty, I would say above average in terms of um, knowledge on most things computer and home lab related, and traffic is pretty intimidating. I'm sure if I sat down and gave it the time, it would be great, but I currently don't have a real need for it. Everything I kind of would need from traffic is handled through pfSense or Cloudflare or HA proxy in pfSense. So, but I'll try anything twice. So, LOL whiskey water. Yeah, the best kind of water. Keeps you hydrated. Been diving into Nginx through config files and hasn't been too bad. I like that I can source control everything and redeploy. Yeah, Nginx is great. Building things on top of Nginx is pretty solid. Okay, let's see. I heard something about sonar. What is sonar? I don't even know what that is. Sonar. I would like to see an official. Is there no like official? Okay, so sonar and radar kind of go together. Independent fork of sonar reworked to automatically downloading movies. Sonar is a PVR for Usenet and BitTorrent users. You can monitor multiple RSS feeds for new episodes of your favorite shows and will grab and sort and rename them. So if I have sonar, I don't know anything about this, so I'm literally just asking. So if I have sonar and I say, I'm watching a show, let's say Ted Lasso, when a new episode, well, that's a bad example because it's not running right now, but say a new episode of Ted Lasso comes out, it will automatically download it, name it, and place it in my Plex directory. Is that a thing? Fix common problems. Is that really a plugin, Mike? Is there a plugin called Fix Common Problems? I don't believe you. Oh my God, it is. What? All right. Bin hex sonar. Yes, it will do what you said, provided you have the things set up correctly. Man, why have I never heard of this? That sounds dope. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to put sonar on my actual server. Okay, I have to ask you guys to do something really quick, really fast. Type in the chat something about how this Greek pasta looks so delicious and it's the best thing you've ever seen, so I can screenshot it and send it to my fiance to make her feel good. So just like pretend like you saw the most delicious Greek pasta ever and you're just so hype about it because I want to show her that. Real quick. Then we'll go back to sonar. Exactly what sonar did. Oh, Look, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. That's literally the best. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. She's gonna be so hyped. Awesome. Professionally made Greek pasta. Perfect. Okay, this one's done. That was easy. Okay, so let's. I want to see what sonar is all about. Let me. Let's see. Let's see what. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued with sonar. Inhex sonar. Okay. All right. Blah blah blah. Bridge. Sure. Shell. Sure. 89.89. Pretty sure that one's open. I think. I think 89.89 is open. I don't think Plex is using it. I like how this one creates it for you. Man, it just sets everything up for you. God damn. I don't have to do anything. All right, I'm gonna tell her how impressed you guys are with her pasta. Data folders, data equals folders, downloads are stored to. Media is the final location of the media. So technically I could say something like, this is fine. Downloads are stored to. Media is the final location of the media. So I could say just put it in the Plex data section, right? That would be, and then add the Google Docs to the Discord. I would have so many Unraid apps if that were the case. I may as well just click like download all apps and this just be like a showcase for all Unraid apps. Change the media. Okay, yeah. So the media folder is my Plex one, right? That makes sense. Make sure I got that right. Oh my gosh, it's so good. That's right, huh? Media equals Plex media folder. Got it. Okay. Let's do it to it. YOLO. YOLO. Delicious. Should have to separate movie and TV folder. So there, it only gave me one. are you using a VPN? I use a VPN. I use PIA, but I don't have it set up at like the router level. So this one right now isn't on a VPN, which I probably should. I should probably put my VPN or this on my VPN. Should have a separate movie and TV folder. So, but there was only one media folder, right? Going to need that when he gets the torrent. Yeah, I'll set that. I'm not going to download anything right now, but yeah, I'll set my PIA up with this. Obviously, I download my stuff manually on my server, my regular server, which uses uh, a virtual machine that's connected through PIA. So I use it for that. So when I do get the setup, obviously, yeah, I'll use a VPN. Okay, so it's installed. So I go to Docker. Okay, so this is it. This is Sonar. Oh, that was another question I had. So is there a good way of Plex can read from multiple folders? Right. Okay. So Radar has having a moving folder with from Radar and a TV folder from Sonar. Wait, I was just reading that. But yeah, I know Plex can read from multiple folders. Okay, Radar has a similar setup. Having a movie folder for Radar and a TV folder for Sonar will make life easier. Okay. So, what is all this? This is all new to me. I'm just clicking around at this point. No series found. Imported existing series. Add a new series. What is all that? Add new. Just type. So if I want to do South Park, for example. It's that easy? Why have I never used this before? Oh my God. Series type, standard, daily, or anime. I didn't know, I didn't know there was a big distinct difference. Holy crap. Does everybody in the freaking chat use this? A little more to it. Okay. Well, I assume there is more to it, but I mean, in general, so what, you'd add South Park. What the most guys look into Grafana for monitoring, and since it's integrated Plex monitoring, Ultimate, Grafana, Telegraph, InfluxDB, Plex, Tatuli, American Dashboard by FalconX. What did I just read? I know Grafana. I messed with Grafana a little bit, but holy shit, is that? I want to talk about something intimidating to get into at first. Grafana. Yes, yup. God, dude, I've been missing out. My whole life has been a lie at this point until I found Sonar. Jeez. You need to set your root folder. Oh, it's giving me. So what? Okay. Are these actual? No download client is available. No indexers available with automatic search. Enable Sonar will not provide any automatic search results. No indexers available with RSS Sync. Fable Sonar will not grab new releases automatically. Huh. Okay, well, I don't have to set all this stuff up now, obviously. I still got to get my, I want to get it running through my VPN, obviously. And I can look into this after the fact. I don't want to spend a bunch of time sitting here clicking around. But this is definitely something I'm going to add to my actual server for sure. This is legit. Is there any like paywall or anything with this? Like I see season pass. Is that some kind of like pay? Is there some kind of subscription or is there any money involved in Sonar or is it just straight up free? You need such a roofer. Have you noticed when you click the icon for your VM, yet that the VNC link is there to log in, just saying? Have you noticed when you click the icon for your VM that the VNC link is there to log in? What do you mean? Like, where? I mean, they're stopped. They're not running. No paywall. Yeah, there's some great guys by LBRA Corp and Space Invader 1. I gotta look up the Space Invader 1 guy. Apparently he's the man. Oh, sorry, Habit. Wait, did I break? I'm not even joking. My keyboard's not working. What just happened? All right. Space Invader 1. Unraid related tutorials. Man, this guy is the Unraid dude, isn't he? How to set up a native ZFS pool on Unraid. ZFS on Unraid. Unrated moving data. This guy's the Unraid dude. All right. I'm in. I'm convinced. Sonar is free. Usenet is not, and Torrent are free. Torrents are free. Unless you want to download through NZBs, in which case you would need to pay for the access to your indexer and likely the server bandwidth. LBRA Corp is newer, but seems to have more content lately. LB, what is going on with my keyboard? Is it like, what? Hello? My favorite YouTuber right now is Will Tennyson. By the way, nothing to do with tech. Believe it or not, I watch YouTube things that aren't tech related, but if you want to venture out from the tech world, Will Tennyson's super fucking entertaining to watch. I know he kind of looks like a dude, bro, because that's what I thought every time he popped up on my feed, but he's actually pretty freaking hilarious. Ibra Corp. Okay, got it. Wait. That sounded like my donation thing. Yeah, so what's he do? What's he do? Unraid. 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks, a month. So he's probably, it looks like he's about on my schedule. OG Nginx reverse proxy with Docker mods. Oh, look, this is swag, right? Oh, it's literally in the freaking title. My brain just like missed it. Will Tennyson is awesome. Another Will Tennyson fan here. Nice. I just subscribe. Well, I watch a couple of other like vloggers and like lifters, bodybuilders type thing. So his got recommended to me, and he always looked like a, like almost, he kind of looks like a douche. So I never clicked on his videos until finally I saw one. I clicked on him, like, okay, this guy's actually pretty freaking funny. So I've been binge watching his entire channel the last like week. Yeah, that's swag. Okay. Top 10 self-hosted tools on Unraid using Docker apps. Cloud backups done right. Cloudflare, a complete guide, feature and walkthrough. I would love a Cloudflare complete guide. Self-hosted photo app. Okay. Proxmox. Good? Question mark. ZFS? Question mark. Grab a coffee and join at awesome open source and oh, these are these live streams? This is long. No, this is just a 51-minute video. All right, I'm convinced. I should probably be doing this on my on my Raid Owl account. Let me switch. I've been doing that on my personal one. Because when you subscribe, what was the other one? Space Invader 1. Sharing is caring. Subtle jokes are what got me, dude. He's so freaking. What's impressive that I don't. This sounds so stupid, but as someone who makes YouTube videos myself, his ability to like talk extremely fast and be extremely witty without cutting is so impressive. Like when I do my takes and stuff for YouTube, I have so many cuts in there because I have to go back and say it again because I freaking lost train of thought or I stumbled over a word or something stupid. But yeah, he's extremely entertaining. So I was saying I wanted to subscribe on my channel because, or my Raid Owl channel, because when you go to like your studio, you can see all my analytics. You can see your recent subscribers and it like lists it by how many subscribers they have. So it's cool to kind of, if somebody with like a high subscriber account, not that I have a high subscriber account, but to see them pop up in there would be kind of cool. So if you guys wanted to see analytics on my YouTube channel, here they are. Not too impressive, but Unraid with Unraid. Unraid within Unraid is something I have to watch. Oh God. Oh God. Unraidception. So I said something about on Twitter that I was doing trying out Unraid for the first time, and someone tweeted back that I need to go get the Twitter handle Unraid Owl. And I was like, shit, that's so good. That's so clever. Unraid Owl. Why that didn't cross my mind at all? I guess I'm not clever enough. That was his co-op with awesome open source. That is his opposite to Proxmox. Oh. Unraidception. Go take that name. This is already open. I gotta get back to, I'm gonna mess with Sonar a good bit tomorrow because it sounds like the bee's knees for sure. 100% of Unraid within Unraid. So technically, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about like TrueNAS Scale, Linux based hypervisor. You could theoretically run virtualize itself in there. Yeah. What I'm trying to think of like a reason, any reason why that would be a thing. Like maybe if you want to like have a big server with a hypervisor and then have separate it into a couple of VMs with hypervisors to give to people to play with or test. But then I feel like passing through stuff would get weird. Yeah, that sounds like a headache. After you get Sonar and Radar up and running, look into TDAR. It's a service that auto encodes your media into different formats. That's pretty cool. Space did a video of TrueNAS within Unraid. That makes sense. I mean, I run TrueNAS within Proxmox, so TrueNAS within Unraid sounds doable. Oh shit, it's nearly 4XD. Good night, boys. Don't get Web 3.0 metaversed. Hey, thanks for hopping out here. I still can't say it. What is it? Digit Eagle, which was German for something. Don't kill me. I know you know German. Thanks for hopping out here, man. Much appreciated. Or you can just do things like Unraid within Unraid for fun. Yeah, I mean a lot of this stuff is for fun, for sure. Space Vader 1 did an Unraid in Unraid video for April Fools to fake thousands of terabytes of storage. How would you? I'll have to watch that. I don't even want to wrap my head around that at this point. Wayne. Wayne, got it. German for Wayne. I'm learning. Eagle is German for Wayne. Ebercorp did one recently. Okay. So these guys are like hypervisor inception bros. Maybe I need a Proxmox within Proxmox so I can join the club. Then I'll be part of the cool club. Which one is better? Proxmox versus Unraid. That depends on who you ask. There's no solid answer to that. For sure. In my opinion, I like Proxmox because I'm just so used to it. Thomas, I also need to go to bed. Thanks for the show. See you, Thomas. I appreciate you coming out, my man. If you haven't joined the Discord, go ahead and do it if you have. Awesome, but appreciate you coming out. I'll hopefully have streams relatively frequently in the near future. So he cannot be sure right now. Yeah. So far from what I've seen from Unraid, it's dope. I like it. It's extremely streamlined. It's based on top of Linux, unlike Proxmox. So that's a plus. Proxmox is Linux. I was thinking of TrueNAS. TrueNAS Core is FreeBSD. Is that what it is? FreeBSD? And that's why they moved to TrueNAS Scale based on Linux, and it's I think it's still in beta. TrueNAS Scale, I'm pretty sure it's still in beta, but yeah, it depends on who you ask, like what hypervisor everybody uses. It's You'll ask one person and they'll say, "Yeah, I freaking Unraid. I will die for Unraid, but I will never touch Proxmox ever." And then there's people on the opposite side, like, "Oh, I love Proxmox, but I hate Unraid." And you can argue the easy thing is, "Oh, you have to pay for Unraid, and it's on a USB key, and blah blah blah. The USB key can get corrupt, blah blah blah." And uh, it's up to you. Unraid community forums and Discord communities are super helpful. Yeah, when I tweeted at what's up, Snowman? You just got here, didn't you? Unless you've been lurking. When I tweeted out to Unraid that I was trying Unraid for the first time, like everybody hopped in and was like, check out the forums. The forums are great, super helpful. So yeah, just what you're used to. That's why I've said this in multiple videos. I freaking loathe. I hate gatekeeping in general, especially in the tech community, where it's like you have to be using XYZ softwares or else you're just a fucking loser and you don't know what you're doing. And then no matter if you're using X, Y, and Z, someone else is going to come by and say, "Oh, if you're not using ABC, then no, you really don't know what you're doing." So just try things out, mess around with it. If you don't like it, move on to something else. If you like it, stick with it. And, you know, be open to trying new things and accepting that certain things can do other things better. So, yeah. But I've noticed that quite a bit. See you later, Wayne. Enjoy your sleep. Yeah, you can back up the Unraid USB key. Yeah, I was just memeing, like to what somebody would say as a stick at Unraid. So yeah, it's completely dependent on what you like. Let's see. Let's browse. Let's see what else is out there. Language. What is that even? Oh, that's literally just changing the language of this. I thought it was gonna be like crazily translate stuff or something. Does it have like a, can I do, just send everybody web, oh shit, that scared the crap out of me. Tommy, thank you so much for the Canadian, I assume that's Canadian dollars, right? I'm out for the night, subbed a few days ago, and now saw the stream, which has me hooked. Join Discord and plan to stick around. Have a good one. Thank you so much, Tommy. I appreciate that very much. Appreciate the money. Don't anybody feel like you have to donate around here, but I do appreciate it. Just sticking around, hanging out, joining the Discord, and being part of what we're trying to build, make a cool little community here. More than I can ask for, but thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Have a good night. I'm trying TrueNAS Scale and tried Proxmox for a second, but need to try more. Yeah, it's TrueNAS Scale I like because it's CAD from the Great White North and Canadian dollars. How cold are they? Are they like in ice? Do I have to like get an ice pick to get them out? Terrible joke. Yeah, I like TrueNAS Scale because I really like TrueNAS for as a NAS system, but it's not Linux based. So as a hypervisor, it's kind of lacking because you don't have like Docker to run. But with TrueNAS Scale, I think what their idea is to take all the good things from TrueNAS Core for as a NAS system, build it on top of Linux, and then give you more of an actual hypervisor kind of feel, more of a modern hypervisor kind of feel with Docker and actual containers and stuff instead of jails. But Proxmox, I'm so comfortable with it, and it may not be the prettiest thing, but I just know my way around it so well, and I just know how to easily do everything in it, which I guess would make me biased towards it, but everything I've needed to do in Proxmox, I've kind of been able to do, which is probably true for other things, but you can't be an expert at everything. Happy Gandhi. I will start build with Proxmox. Hey, go for it. Pick one and try it out. Like I said, try it. If you like it, stick with it. If you don't like it, oh man, the soccer game's on. I thought it started at 9. So USA World Cup qualifier versus Mexico is tonight. I guess it started at 8. Yeah, happy. Go with pick one. If I had to recommend Proxmox, TrueNAS Scale, if you're looking for just a hypervisor, not just a NAS solution, TrueNAS Scale is pretty cool. Unraid, if you want to try go for the trial and you kind of like what you've seen in the stream, I can personally say I'd recommend this to somebody, at least to try out, and then it's up to you if you want to pay for it and use it. But personally, I use Proxmox, so take that for what you will. If you're doing sonar and radar, you will need something like Ombi for requesting new stuff. I feel like I've seen so many, like you need sonar, you need radar, you need TDAR, you need Omni. I'm gonna need to freaking make like a notepad list of things I need. So I need sonar, radar, TDAR, Omni. Is that it? Ombi. Yeah, I can research all this shit on my downtime. So we don't have to really walk through what everything does here, but yeah, I will save this so I don't accidentally close it. Sonar shit. Oh, there's more? Golly. I thought I could just get by with just sonar, apparently. Size is this? These are for using this stuff if I recall correctly. I've also seen people mention Usenet to do a little more reading into what that is. Oh, just that one. I don't know how to say it, so okay. I will there's just torrents that can work with sonar and radar. Okay. So let's see, what else? So they game servers, that sounds cool. So you can straight up just like, so if I, is there like a Minecraft? I know like people play Minecraft, right? Minecraft. Spelling's hard, man. So you can just spin up a Minecraft server super easy. Huh. That's pretty cool. Trust Space Invader research done. That's literally everybody who comes in here says go watch Space Invader. So I guess I'm gonna have to watch me some Space Invader. I just subscribed. I don't know if you were in here, Snowman, when I was going through. I subscribed to Snowman and I something crap. Can't remember. Who was it? Ibra Corp. Ibra Corp and Space Invader 1. I have subscribed to both of them. So go tweet or comment on their next videos that Raid Owl subscribed live on stream in front of tens of people. Yeah, get the gist. Yeah, I'm more than down to watch some YouTube videos and do my own research and learn some things off stream. I don't expect you guys to freaking hand feed me everything. So I got a good starting point. I'll figure it out. I'm an adequately smart person of moderate intelligence. Um, so what other game servers do they have? That's pretty cool. You can just straight up. I know a lot of people Minecraft, especially for like their kids. I've seen people who want to host like Minecraft servers for their kids. That's pretty cool. Ooh, Docker Web UI. A Web UI link. I use Portainer as my Docker orchestrator. I like Portainer. Portainer's pretty cool. I guess in theory, space doing sonar and Unraid should mostly transfer over to TrueNAS, Proxmox, and more. So we can look. Maybe there's a sonar Linux container already for. Can't see my. Whoops. Can't see my my password. Or at least see me type it. Yes, I know. So I gotta remember how to do this shit. It's not the most intuitive. Where is it at? There we go. Do they have a... What were we looking for again? Sonar? Sync thing, Nextcloud, Node.js, OwnCloud, Mumble. Apache, game server, Drupal. No, don't look like there's a sonar. So I'd probably just have to set it up in its own. Oh, I mean, I can run it in Portainer. I have Portainer, a VM running, so I can just set it up there, but no biggie. Yeah, it'll be the same thing as long as it runs in Docker. Do you need to add the Binex repository? Maybe. That's certainly possible. So I can. How do you adjust the? Is there a? Shit. How do you add a repository to the templates? Hey, what's your Proxmox specs? So this is running an Epic 32 or Epic 7302, 16 core, 32 threads, 128 gigs of DDR4 ECC 2600, 2400. It's not super fast. Shit's expensive. I have a couple of GPUs in there, 10 gig Ethernet or 10 gig networking. 4 12 terabyte drives. So if I go to my TrueNAS setup, so if we go to my TrueNAS setup, which is running virtually in my server. I have 16 threads assigned to that with 64 gigs. So half of my RAM goes directly to TrueNAS. I have one pool with 4 12 terabyte drives in it. Two mirrored pools, and then those pools are striped, or not pools, but arrays. Then another pool, I have two 6 terabyte drives in mirror for my Plex. This just hosts my Plex stuff. And then I have a solid state pool with just two solid state drives, 2 terabyte, two 2 terabyte solid state drives as a mirror. So, and then for my pool, I have a cache drive and a log. So that kind of speeds it up. It's actually super impressive how fast this pool is for transfers. So my Proxmox server is a 2012 Mac Mini, works good for what I use it for. Yeah, that's like like I say, no gatekeeping here. I'm more than down for people who have AMD EPYC servers to run their shit. If you have a freaking 10, 15-year-old Xeon thing you pulled out of the dumpster that runs it, awesome. Like it's the cool thing about a lot of the software is that it's not so dependent on the hardware to run it. It's more about what you need. If you just need it to hang out and host some files or host like a small website, something easy, a lot of this stuff can run on freaking a toaster. So that's the cool thing about Home Labs is somebody who's running a freaking 64 core EPYC CPU can be hosting the same type of shit somebody who's running an old junkyard Xeon can. Hi, hello, Creepinson Productions. What up? Welcome to the stream. We're kind of hanging out talking about, I guess it started as Unraid, but we're all over the place at this point. By the way, do you have a data cap with your ISP? I do not. I have their highest tier, which we don't have fiber here, which sucks. I had fiber at my old house, but when I moved in with my fiance, we don't have fiber here. But I do get gigabit down, but only like 30-ish up. So I do miss my gigabit fiber. So I had gigabit down and gigabit up, which was awesome. One of the dudes from the Discord and one of my followers, Lynn, who's in here, he was in here yesterday. Somewhere in Canada, he has an option for 10 gig down and up from his ISP fiber. I'm so freaking jealous of that. That would be so awesome. You might fall down the rabbit hole with sonar, radar, and more. That's 100% plausible, as I found with many things researching home lab shit. Which OS sits on the bare metal? I'm running Proxmox. This is bare metal right here. So my Proxmox 7.0 runs on here, and then I virtualized a couple of VMs. I need to containerize a lot of shit. I've talked about that on another stream, but a lot of stuff I have running in VMs just because when I set this up, I was messing around and wanted something with a GUI to be more comfortable with learning while I'm doing it. And eventually the plan was to migrate that to a container. So there's a lot of things I need to containerize, but TrueNAS is running in here. I have a couple of Windows machines, any VMs that I'm testing out, Windows 11, Pop OS. I was running some scripts, some programs on this up downloader, but don't need that anymore. My VPN, that basically sits in my PIA, under my PIA VPN to legally obtain movies and shows. SyncThing, I love SyncThing. I don't know how many of you guys out there use SyncThing, but I love it. And yeah, there's not too much I'm running Portainer's my Docker orchestrator, which hosts like my guacamole um, service. It hosts my little link. Is that what it's called? So I'm self-hosting. If you go to links.hostowl.net, so that's my link tree. I've self-hosted off my server in there. So there's all my shit. I don't stream on Twitch. I should probably take this off, but you can get to the Discord, my Facebook, send me an email, anything, all that shit's hosted. Docker from Portainer. I'm also running, what else in there? Nextcloud is hosted through TrueNAS. Heimdall. Heimdall's legit. I don't know if you guys used Heimdall before. What is my password? I don't remember. Got it. Heimdall is pretty cool. It's basically a glorified dashboard for all your stuff. Certain things have like API tie-ins like Portainer, so it gives you a quick glance of what you have running, how many containers you have stopped. So pretty cool. Cashing out, man. See you in the next one. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Sean Shea. I appreciate you, man. I just got a Discord message. But yeah, that's what it's running. Got Proxmox. I'm toying around with Unraid. That was what the stream was started out as. So overall thoughts on Unraid, I think it's legit. I mean, obviously you guys probably know that so 3 hours or say I've messed around probably 4 to 5 hours is not enough time to make a blanket judgment on your hypervisor of choice, but I don't have any main complaints yet about it. Obviously it's paid, but that's a double-edged sword. So you can complain about it, but if you pay for something, it's going to get better support. So how are you running pfSense? I am running pfSense through oh, Mike, I'm out as late. Later, Mike. Thanks for hanging out. You've been in here a long ass time. I appreciate it, man. Feel free to hop in the Discord or just join in to the next stream, man. Have a good night. How are you running pfSense? I'm running pfSense off of a dedicated Netgear box. I bought it directly from Netgear because they are so they're kind of not really, I guess they are branching. So they have pfSense, their community edition, then they have pfSense Plus, which is going to be their moving forward. They're going to be more focused on updating their pfSense Plus branch of their OS. So I figured I would buy their hardware because it comes with that a subscription to pfSense Plus. So yeah, for a beginner, Unraid or TrueNAS. For a beginner, I would say TrueNAS Scale. Start with TrueNAS Scale. It's free. It's Linux based. It's, I would say, one of the best NAS solutions out there, which is what a lot of people look for when they're building a server. It's still in beta, so try it out. Unraid so far has seemed cool. It seems pretty intuitive after I've discovered you have to click things to get information on them. And you can try it out for 30 days. So I don't have a preference either way. I mean, I said before, try it out. If you like it, stick with it. If you don't like it, try something else. But I think overall, Unraid is probably more beginner friendly in terms of a GUI and all the features kind of baked into one easy to use place. TrueNAS, I guess I would suggest that more if you're looking for a dedicated NAS solution. as well as being able to run some kind of like hypervisor stuff, so VMs and services and Docker stuff. So I've been using, David says, I've been using Unraid for a couple of years now, but I don't like the file system. And that's kind of what I was just saying, right? I think TrueNAS is more designed to be a NAS solution and has a better file system and sharing kind of setup there. I mean, it runs on a completely different file system, ZFS, but obviously somebody said ZFS is natively coming to Unraid soon, so then you'll have it on both. But I just personally, I like TrueNAS. I like it as the NAS solution. That's not saying Unraid is bad. Of course, it's not bad. But yeah, it's preference. So when somebody asks me what I suggest, I'm going to go off of what I personally think and use, and then B, what are your use cases? Because that, at the end of the day, is going to dictate which one you use and how you enjoy it. So if you if you're looking to just jump into home servers and want to just mess around, Unraid is more user friendly, but just know that's not free. So you can use the trial, but if you get really involved in it over 30 days and you like it, then just know that you're going to have to pay, I still have this up, one of these tiers for it. So if you have 6 or less drives, you can just go with the basic. 12 drives, you can go with plus for 90 or unlimited for 130. So that's my spiel on that. It does allow you to upgrade as you have the budget. I did just move to Unraid plus the ZFS plugin. Okay. Yeah, so that is another thing about Unraid 2. While I say that TrueNAS I like better as a NAS solution overall, it is running ZFS, which is harder to kind of upgrade your storage. Whereas Unraid is using, it's kind of like Arrays and XFS, is that what it's called? To where you can literally just like throw drives at it and build up your array and build up your storage super easy, which is way more easy to upgrade than if you're running ZFS. Thank you for today. I'm out now. Thank you for joining in, Happy. I appreciate that, man. Have a good night. Feel free to come back anytime. So yeah, that's my opinions on, which one to go with. So whatever you're feeling. AB, are you looking for something specific? You asked, I don't know if you are actually a beginner and you're looking to get into home servers, or if you're just curious about my thoughts on what I would recommend to a beginner. But if you're looking for something specific, let us know. Join the Discord. We got the links down in the description. We have about 40 or so people in there. Everybody's extremely helpful. It's super chill. You got questions, I'm always in there to help. At least if I don't know the answer, I can help research, and kind of we'll look together. So that's the plan. My fiance just finally texted back after I told her about made you guys comment her pasta salad creation. That sounded weird. Jeez. Unraid is easy to, yeah, definitely easy to mix and match, recover from drive failure, etc. Unraid plus ZFS, I can get the best part of both worlds and add as needed with ZFS for raw advantage of ZFS performance. I didn't know you had a Discord. Join now. Welcome. Welcome. I'll turn around and check it. Entertain, yeah, thank you. Somebody named D's Nuts joined. There you go. You said you were going to join, you did. Look at this. This is like I'm on stream talking to you while in Discord talking to you. Mind blown. But yeah, I just started the Discord like a couple of days ago, so it's not like it's a big thing yet. It's slowly I'm gonna try to build it. People were asking if I had a Discord, so I figured I'd create one, and it's extremely new. So yeah, it becomes a necessity for me as I have a lot to back up. So I'm looking at building my own instead of buying a plug and play solution. Yeah, so in terms of hardware, there's nothing wrong with buying a plug and play solution. Like if you want to go out and buy like an old Dell Optiplex or something, you can find them either off eBay or Craigslist or something for 200, 300, 400, depending on where you're at and what kind of level you're looking at. You can find them for a couple of $100 and then just run whatever hypervisor you want on it. So there's nothing wrong with going with, an older system and then upgrading it as you go. I definitely recommend doing that. But yeah, for backing up, so I think that's how a lot of people kind of get started in saying that they want a home server is like, I'm enthusiastic. Okay, cool. So you have experience with building PCs. So yeah, it's definitely look to build your own. It's much cheaper that way. I would recommend starting out to look at older Xeons off eBay. You can get some pretty solid, like 12 core, 10 core Xeons for extremely cheap, as well as the motherboards. So it just depends on what you're looking for. If you, I don't know your budget. I don't. Some people say, "Here's X. I have $1,000 to spend. What can I do?" Some people say, I'm just looking for the cheapest thing to mess around with. I don't know what I want to do yet. So, but for most people, I recommend going with like an older Xeon. And as you increase your need, because those older Xeons are gonna for a lot of home server stuff. Because honestly, a lot of services you run in a home server are not super CPU intensive. They're not really hardware intensive things. So you could cram a lot of stuff into older hardware. Unlike, these days with like gaming and shit. Like you can't go on Craigslist and find like a 10-year-old gaming PC and think you're gonna play the new Battlefield on it. That's just not how it is. So, yeah, personal, easy Windows machine, but looking to get into servers. Yeah, I was in your spot like a couple years ago. I was Windows and Mac user, and I was like, servers seem pretty cool. So I jumped into it. I started with just doing virtualization within Windows using VirtualBox. And then I was like, man, there's so much headroom here running Windows, running hypervisor directly in Windows. So there's got to be a better solution, obviously. And then you look at a Windows server, and that's too corporate. So then you go out and you find, there's so many different hypervisors, and you come to find a couple that you try out. And I eventually settled on Proxmox, and as we've been deciding and talking about in this chat and stream, everybody has a different preference for which hypervisor they use. So pick one, go with it. And if somebody tells you that's the wrong one, tell them to pound sand. And if you like it, use it. Because at the end of the day, as long as it does what you want it to do, then that's all that matters. So go for it. I recommend, honestly, so I have a video self promotion. I have a video on my channel, cheap server builds. I don't know what I called it. Budget home server build. If you want just like a starting, it's probably one of my highest freaking views, 37,000 views. that's probably a good place to start. And it's actually what I'm running Unraid on right now is this exact system right here. So this is running nope, don't want to hear or see myself. So this is running a Xeon E5 2650 V2, which I think are like 50 bucks. It's running a Chinese off-brand kind of motherboard, which are crazy. They're these weird, they're like older chipsets, but have like NVMe support, so they're weird. But it's running like this Chinese Jinyu board. It's like 100 bucks, 32 gigs of DDR3 ECC RAM, a cheap NVMe drive, and then 4 2 terabyte drives. All of that totaled $449. And I would be I would challenge anyone without doing, honestly, if you want to go pre-built to find a PC or a server with these kind of specs for under $500. 8 terabytes worth of storage, an NVMe drive, 32 gigs of ECC, and 8 cores, 16 threads. Pretty solid. I picked up an HP Z620 with two E5 2670, so 20 cores. Nice. Yeah, I mean, pre-built, you can find really good deals. What I've personally found is a lot of times with the pre-builts, like on eBay and stuff, the cores and base system are there, but they usually don't come with a lot of storage. Like 8 terabytes worth of storage, usually you're not going to find that in the pre-builts. Especially RAM too. A lot of them sell it without RAM. You're not going to get this board that has NVMe support if you even care about that. So, it's up to you. Running a 2650 V2 as well. Yeah, they're solid. AB said, "Thanks, man. Appreciate what you do for the community." Oh, dude, I'm just passing along my limited knowledge on these things. Like I said, a couple of years ago, I wasn't even into home servers or networking or anything. So the knowledge that I've gained from the community, I'm just helping redistribute that and trying to be at least somewhat entertaining while doing it. So, if I can help anybody, then that's awesome. So yeah, so the 2650 V2, how much are those going these days on eBay? So 2650 V2 is, yeah, we're looking at a whopping $12, $13, $15, $16 for the processor. That is such a good deal. 8 cores, 16 threads, boosts up to 3 gigahertz, I think. Right? Maybe? Does it boost up to 3? Either way, for a starter system or a backup system. One other question, how critical is ECC for file servers and database? 100% recommend ECC. For anything that's going to be running 24/7, you have to have ECC. Obviously, you don't have to have it because you can run your shit on desktop processors without ECC, but having reliability for servers is super important, and ECC gives you that extra layer of reliability. So yeah, it's a little bit more expensive, harder to find, but yeah, don't skimp on going with non-ECC RAM for some of these systems. Yeah, and cheap DD. That's a good thing about, another good thing about these older Xeons, Snowman, is that you can pick up cheap DDR3 RAM, DDR3 ECC RAM, rather than DDR4, which I'm running in my Epic-based system. And all that adds up. Freaking the amount I paid for my storage and RAM was crazy because I bought the processor and I'm like, whoo, the hard part's over. Nope. The RAM and freaking hard drives, that shit adds up quick. So, one thing to add, Unraid is not nearly RAM intensive as TrueNAS and ZFS. Yep. Mentioned that before, but yeah, I'll mention it again, is that the file system plays... I said this earlier in the stream, is that the file system isn't so necessary for home users. Like, if you have a couple people accessing a NAS and hosting, you know, some files, maybe a couple terabytes worth of data, your file system at the end of the day isn't that big of a deal. When you get up to corporate level and hundreds and thousands of terabytes worth in multiple servers, then your file system is a huge deal. But that is one thing, if you're going to use TrueNAS and the ZFS file system, is that it is very RAM intensive. And the rule of thumb is 1 gigabyte of RAM per 1 terabyte of storage. And that's simply because ZFS, its benefits of being really fast and reliable and, you know, efficient, comes with the downside of it using a lot of RAM, because it essentially uses RAM as like a cache disk almost. That's really simplifying it, but that's how it's extremely fast and efficient. Whereas something in TrueNAS like XFS, you don't need a lot of RAM. It doesn't use RAM as a cache. It doesn't do any of that. It might not be as efficient in terms of speeds and whatnot, but you don't need a shit ton of RAM to host a bunch of storage, whereas you do on TrueNAS and ZFS. So i7 or i5 7400 or E5 26v3 for home server. Depends on what you want to do. 9 out of 10 times I would say go with the 2620 v3. What is that? Let me just double check. 2620 v3. That is what, a 6-core, 12 threads, and I assume that i5 7400 is a 4-core, 4 threads, right? Does that have hyper threading on it? Either way, I'd probably just go with this. You get how many PCI lanes on this? You get 40 PCI lanes versus the 20 on the i5. You will get better single core performance on that i5, but for a home server, single core performance, it's really not that big of a deal unless you're doing specific things that require it. So yeah, the E5 2620 V3 for sure. Have to bounce. Great stream. Cheers. Appreciate you stopping by, David. If you haven't joined the Discord and you want to, links down below. Come hang out. We'll be in there talking about tech and random stuff. So, but yeah, appreciate you stopping by. Have a good night. Yeah, I started my home server journey. That sounds super cliche and dumb, but I started my home server journey on a Ryzen processor, so it was a desktop processor. I actually have a video on it. You can like kind of walk through time with me. This was one of my earliest videos in my old house, and this was my, God, this is my most highly reviewed or highly viewed video. This is what I started my home server journey on. As you can see right here, I'm running VirtualBox. Like I said, I was running Windows and VirtualBox on a Ryzen 2700. I didn't even list it in here. Golly. I was running that on a Ryzen 2700, which I think is a 6-core. I listed it somewhere. I guess not. But anyway, what I quickly ran into is how I mentioned the PCI lanes. That's big when it comes to adding, sorry, adding expansion down the line. So when you're running like desktop hardware, pretty much everything is limited to 20 PCI lanes. So if you're throwing a GPU in there to do like gaming or anything, that's 16 lanes right there, and you only have 4 left. You can run maybe a network card or something. But if you want to run like an HBA, a couple of HBA cards, a network card, I don't know, a graphics card as well, multiple things, you quickly run out of PCI lanes to use, especially when it comes to NVMe, because your NVMe drives are also using PCI lanes. So the more PCI lanes, the better, I think, especially cores too. First gen Intel Atom is what I started with. That's a struggle. First gen Intel Atom. God, that's like dual core, no hyper threading, like base clock of what, like 1.4 gigahertz. More cores, cache, ECC memory, etc. with the V3, more suited for server if gaming on the server than maybe i5. I agree 100% with that. If you're going to be doing a gaming server where you want to, like in my last video, look, I have a video for everything. Look at that. So my last video that I posted 4 days ago is essentially like if you want to run a game server to host, to have like your own cloud gaming server, I would recommend, then yeah, go with something with a higher single core performance. But just know that you're not getting ECC RAM, you're not getting the amount of cores you can get for a similarly priced Xeon processor. You're not getting the PCI lanes, and obviously you're not getting the core count. So it's a trade-off. It's depending on which you want to do. Silver, thanks for $1.99, my man. I appreciate it. Do you use Parsec for remote gaming? I do. I don't know if you asked that like as I was talking about this, but yep. Parsec is, I know there's others out there. There's Moonlight, there's Parsec. You can use Chief. Up there's the sound. Yeah, there's a bunch of different cloud gaming, and I talk about it in this video. If you want to check this video out, go ahead. It explains what or how I set up Parsec and use it. But have to unplug. Cheers from Moroccan Dawn. I appreciate you stopping by, AB. Mostly I butchered that. I am super sorry, but I'm gonna call you AB. I appreciate you stopping by, my man. Yeah, you mentioned after. See, I can see the future. I knew you were gonna ask about Parsec, so I already had it up. Yeah, if you want to check out that video, it's just a brief walkthrough of how I set it up and use it. I definitely recommend it. It's easy to set up. It's easy to get set up remotely, and the performance across every time I've used it has been great. In the video I should have, hindsight, done a remote connection with Wi-Fi. It would have been a better like to show how I use it, but I've done it multiple times and it's been great. In the video I tested with 5G because I was actually curious to see how it performed. It wasn't terrible, it was usable, but that'll be very heavily dependent on your cellular connection. TrueNAS core or scale? Samuel, I hope that's how it's pronounced. It depends, which is a weak argument, so I'm not gonna stop at that. I say core. TrueNAS core, if that's just the question. Core or scale? My reasoning is core is built off FreeBSD. It's been around forever. It's designed to be a NAS solution, and it's extremely reliable at what it does, which is why I use it personally. I use TrueNAS Core as my NAS solution. So if you're looking to do a NAS, TrueNAS Core, what I recommend. It's been around forever. Solid upgrades, all the features that I need. Definitely recommended. Scale, I would more recommend if you are looking for a NAS solution first, but also want to do some hypervisor stuff with VMs and Docker containers, then mess with Scale. I think it's still in beta, but they're working on it. TrueNAS inside Proxmox or TrueNAS Scale alone? Man, there's a follow-up question. I run TrueNAS in Proxmox and it works great, but that's because I have 2 HBA cards, which are being passed through directly to that TrueNAS VM. So it's almost like I'm running it on bare metal because it's seeing the drives directly. So I don't know how it performs if you're passing through the drives virtually. Probably not as good, obviously, but I mean, it's still doable. Another question, what are your intentions with Unraid? And thanks for answering the questions. Yeah, that's what the stream's for, man. Anybody who comes here with some questions, I will do my best to answer them. So, what are my intentions with Unraid? My intentions with Unraid are to expand my knowledge base, honestly. Hosting a tech YouTube channel that's focused around not only just computers and gaming and shit. I do more like home servers, networking, a lot of home lab stuff. So when people come and ask, hey, what do you think about Unraid versus Proxmox? Or what do you think about TrueNAS versus Open Media Vault? Or what do you think of Plex versus Jellyfin? A lot of some of these things I don't have experience with. So I want to be able to learn them and know as much about them so I can turn around and say, oh, well, here's what I think about that, instead of just, oh, I use Proxmox, so if you're using Unraid, I don't care. So I'd like to be able to answer and have some type of opinion on it. So that's what this stream was about. I am a newbie. I've all the Unraid experience I have, you will see in this stream if you rewatch it tomorrow. So if building old computer if building old computer storage solution for parents so they don't lose photos computer backup, what would you do? TrueNAS. I would curveball, ready for this? I would run SyncThing on a server that I host in my house, and then I would install the SyncThing service or GUI on their machine that automatically backs those up to my server. That's what I would do. They don't have to deal with any system or anything in their own house. Everything's backed up remotely using the automated service or GUI or whatever you call it, application, SyncThing application on their machine. If it's feasible. I don't know their setup or anything, but that's honestly what I would do. Because I have SyncThing running on my main server, and then I have a dedicated backup. Hey, guess what? I have a video about it. I have this dedicated box, which does all my backing up. To a separate box. So yeah, that's personally what I would do. Is it the best solution? Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, that's how I would handle it. Yeah, so there's like the 3-2-1 rule. What's that? It's you should have 3 copies of your data on 2 different devices, one being off-site. Is that the 3-2-1 rule? Yeah, so yeah, it just depends on what you're comfortable with, what they're their setup is, if it's feasible to run SyncThing on their machines or machine. But yeah, I think that would be a good use case for SyncThing. Because I'm honestly surprised. I assume there's a lot of backup utilities out there. I know there are, but I've just been so comfortable with SyncThing, and I like how lightweight it is, and the GUI is just so simple and easy to use. So yeah, that's definitely what I would go with. Um, but yeah, continuing on of like what what I want out of um, Unraid. Yeah, nothing specific. I've seen people post in my chat about Unraid asking about it. I've seen people post about EXSI. I can never get that freaking right. Obviously, I don't have experience. ESXi, is that it? ESXi. That's another one I want to get into after I get a little bit more comfortable with Unraid. I'll move on to ESXi. Just so that, again, when someone pops up and says, what about ESXi? I can have an answer other than I don't know. So you should have 3 copies of your data, 2 backup copies on 2 different media, disk and tape, with 1 copy offsite for the, yeah, that's the 3-2-1 rule. I don't have that. Well, I kind of do. A lot of my really important data that can't be recovered ever, like pictures and old videos and stuff, like personal stuff, is offsite. I have through my Microsoft One, or not One, Office 365, they give you a terabyte of data. So those things are being backed up offsite. But one day I will find a good place to throw a computer offsite to back up some other stuff. Thank you again. I have to disconnect due to baby duties. Reporting from Phoenix, Arizona. Hey man, priorities. I appreciate you stopping in here. I appreciate the super chat, the money you donated to ask a question. I really appreciate that, man. Thanks for stopping by. I do have a Discord link in the description of the stream if you want to hop on the Discord. It's slowly growing. Started a couple days ago. It's really chill. If you have any questions, hop in the Discord. I'm always in there. But go deal with baby duty, my man. Thanks for stopping by. I can install SyncThing on their machine, and they have fiber. Do they have space for another computer? Can I sneak in and plug in one of my systems on their fiber network? I legitimately asked my friend who just bought a new build house just a little north of me, and his neighborhood has fiber, and I was like, man, how much? I'll give you like, I'll pay like $20 a month just to let me host a server in your house. I'll just put it in the closet. You won't see it. You won't hear it. It'll just hang out. So I miss my fiber at my old house, because 30 megabits up is not that great. So shit, I gotta put on, what's the score of the USA game? '74th minute, we're up. Oh, I gotta put this on, man. Shit. Let me sign in over here. I'll have this kind of up in the background, peeking at it, because personal life. I played soccer my whole life, so now you know. I like soccer or football. I know I have not a lot of non-American people here in the stream, so football. All right, we're up 1-0. Let's go. And also, you'll never find it, but I have. Oh no, my monitor cut off. Oh, it's back. you'll never find it, but I have a YouTube channel that I record all my soccer games because I'm in a soccer league. I record all of our games with a drone. I don't know what's going on. And I upload them all to YouTube. So if I ever get popular on YouTube, one day maybe I'll say, hey, watch me play soccer and release the stream or the channel. Honestly, I'm going to put a server at their house for my offside back. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's so my dad lives. Dude, what is going on with my monitor? It's like cutting out and shit. My dad lives in Colorado and he has I live in Texas. He lives in Colorado and he has pretty decent internet where he's at. And I'm going up there to visit in like a week. So I was like, really debating bringing up a small like ITX, my little server build that I have laying around somewhere. It's actually, I think, in this system. I was debating bringing that up there and just setting it up to have an offsite backup server somewhere. So I don't think I'll do that next week. Probably the next time I go up there, I'll have something more concrete and more of a plan for it. But I definitely agree with if you have data that's irreplaceable. So I'm not talking like Plex movies or shit like that, music. If you have like home movies or photos or anything like that that cannot be replaced, having a backup or offsite backup is extremely important. And even, I know you can put on your tinfoil hat and say like, because there's also cloud solutions, right? Like Google or Amazon or hosting them in the cloud, but you never know what's going to happen with that, and you don't actually have access to them unless they give you access. So having your own device is extremely comforting. Canadian, and I agree it should be called football, not soccer. Yeah, that's the rest of the world calls it football. But growing up in the US of A, that's what I was raised to call it. Because football in the USA means something way different. Not way different, it's a sport. To say it like it's like a type of cheese or something. But how about an extra server? You're replacing extra servers at your parents. You have an extra copy of both. Yeah, it's a good question too. So right now, I know it's at Asking Snowman, but I'll chime in and like, so it's never a bad thing to have multiple backups, obviously. So right now I have my main server with all my stuff on it, obviously. Then I have a backup server in a different room doing all the backups using SyncThing. So 2 copies of the same data in the same place. And then the really important stuff is backed up to the cloud. So I do want to add that third server somewhere remote where I have that third kind of offsite backup location. Sayan Tuan. I hope I'm saying that right. Keep your data as your data. Don't fully rely on cloud. I agree 100%, but I'm also not going to fault somebody. I'm not going to judge you for backing up your stuff to the cloud. It's 99.9999% sure you're going to be fine with that, but you know, do you really want to risk it? I prefer throwing the old Jabowski personally. Yeah, Matt, we need to get together and throw the old Jabowski around soon. So next time we have a trip, we got to bring a Jabowski to throw. I'd be willing to bet these people in here in the chat have never heard of throwing around the old Jabowski for good reason. That's basically what I'm doing, building parent server now. So you're building the server to put at your parents' house, what specs are you going to use for that? I assume you're going to go with something like budget, right? You don't really need something hardcore to transfer files. Probably like a an old i3, unless you want to go with ECC, an old Xeon, a 2650 that we've been talking about. Freaking 18 bucks. It's unreal. Yeah, my first like ITX build was an i3 2120, I think. i3 2120. Oh yeah. 12 bucks. Dual core. I don't think it's hyper-threaded. Is it hyper-threaded? I think that was back when Intel hyper-threaded everything, right? Eric Haskins says nope. Yep, it's an inside joke. Just an old i5 I had sitting around with DDR3 I had, etc. They're buying the hard drives. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, especially for a backup. Don't need anything fancy. But yeah, this is what I built my first like mini computer with. It was an i3 2120. Oh, yeah. Remember when Intel hyper-threaded everything and then they stopped with the, was it the 9000 series or the 8000 series? Or before? They were like, you only get hyper-threading on i7s or i9s. Because I know the i9s, or the 9000s, only the i9s had hyper-threading. Like, Intel was trying to lose to AMD. Like, I don't understand their logic. That was stupid. Yeah, so this would, yeah, these old desktop processors, they're so dated. I mean, if you're gonna buy this, I don't even, at this point, just buy a Xeon. You get way more cores, nearly the same frequency. You can use ECC RAM, and you get a shit ton more PCI lanes. But this is $5 for two of them. I honestly don't know what I would do with these if I got them, so I don't know if it's even worth $5 to me. Goal. Wait, shit. No, hold on. Let's go. Let me see the replay. Stand by. Let's go, dude. All right, I see the crowd. Come on, show me the replay. I want to see the goal. I would show it on stream, but I'm super paranoid about getting tiny YouTube channel. I don't want to do anything I'm not allowed to do because I have no leverage. Oh, that was nice. Let's go. Oh, that was a deflection. Okay, well, you know what? We'll take it. Goals are goals, man. Nice. But yeah, so I guess overall back to Unraid. I don't see myself, I mean, obviously I've used it for a day. I don't see myself, switching to Unraid or anything because, if you've built a home server yourself and are comfortable with a hypervisor, it takes a shit ton of motivation to change to a different hypervisor and migrate all your shit. So, what about old Threadripper Gen 1? Threadripper's in such a weird spot because it's hard to recommend because let me see if I can articulate this correctly. It's in this, obviously it's in the spot between desktop processors and server processors. So you can think of it as essentially a near server level desktop performing chip. So, but they're really expensive. So their audience is really weird. It's like this in between where you want a lot of cores and PCI lanes, and you need that frequency, that high frequency single threaded performance, and you also have a lot of money. So it's this weird niche spot. I would love to have a Threadripper. Like, I mean, you also got to consider the power they pull back, because when you have a system running 24/7, power is actually a factor. Threadrippers are really cool, but they're just so hard to recommend because of their power draw, their price, and basically where they sit in the stack. Because if you're going to get a Threadripper for the same price, you can get an Epic with more PCI lanes, more efficient power usage, or you can spend a little bit less and just get a 5950X for a lot cheaper and use that. So wait, this is live? What time is it in your country? It's 6 in Kenya, 6 a.m. It is almost 10 p.m. here. So I'm in Texas in the United States. So yeah, 10 p.m. What up, Daniel? Welcome to the stream. Me and Daniel were pumping iron about 10 hours ago. It was back day, dude. How's your back feeling? If it's not sore right now, it'll be sore when you wake up. But yeah, we've been streaming, sitting around talking about Unraid and servers for like the last 4 hours. So it's been chill. Have you shucked Western Digital drives for storage? One of the best price per terabyte. Have you shucked Western Digital drives for storage? One of the best price per terabytes price. I'm trying to digest that question. Dallas Fort Worth, what up? You're the second person. I got another boy, my boy Trey, who's always hanging out, is from Dallas Fort Worth. So, man, why do I have a Dallas Fort Worth following? It's gonna be sore, yeah, man. You're gonna feel it. But so Daniel's here in chat. If you've seen any of my videos, or specifically if you saw my home network upgrade, homecoming, what? So my TP-Link Omada setup home upgrade, that was at Daniel's house. He very graciously volunteered his house for me to put a shit ton of free network gear in it. So much appreciated. He was also the creator of the old NAS, the super dirty NAS he had laying around. So basically a superstar on the Raid Owl channel. My main Unraid machine has a Quadro P2000 4-port SPF Plus card, 2 M.2 drives, and an HBA card. Definitely need this PC. That's what I mentioned before. PCI lanes is something a lot of people don't think about when getting into home servers or just starting out saying, yeah, I'm going to use my old desktop as a home server. And then you build it up, you get comfortable with it. You've got a lot of shit on there that you've fine-tuned perfectly. Then all of a sudden one day you want to, oh shit, I want 10 gig networking in here. I want to add more hard drives, so I need an HBA card or whatever expansion you want to add. And you're like, wait, this isn't working. I don't have enough PCI lanes. So it sneaks up on you. Luckily, the freaking server I'm running, the AMD Epic one, has 128 PCI 4 or PCIe Gen 4 lanes. So I don't plan on running out anytime soon. I didn't know these Texas boys like computers. Yeah, so um, like when we go buy computers, we actually have to get on our horse. You have to ride your horse to the store and get the computer and bring it back. So the only way to get a computer is via horse. I know Bite My Bits has done a few vids on Western Digital shucking. The price has never seemed right for me. What am I missing something? The term shucking, is that a thing, or do you just mean like buying them to use? I've never heard that term. I might be out of the loop. SMB drives. Don't get SMB. Oh wait. The SMR. Yeah, not SMB. Yeah, SMR, stay away. So I even told Daniel for his new NAS that I set up for him because he's looking for hard drives. I said, NAS drives are cool, they're made to last. But don't get the Western Digital Reds that are SMR or the other ones that are SMR. You don't want that shingled magnetic reading writing starts with a W. Shingled magnetic reading, I think. So yeah, don't go SMR. Pulling drives out of pulling drives out of so yeah, somebody in another chat or something mentioned the other day that there was a uh it was super cheap to be able to get the Western Digital, yeah, the external drives, and I guess you just open them up and take them out. Huh. Okay, I learned something today. Shucking is what it calls. Makes sense. But yeah, I've seen really cheap external drives, so that does make sense to just do it that way. Huh. But they don't write SMR on the drive, so how would you know it's SMR? It sucks, man. The only I well, from what I've seen, the only company that does it now is Western Digital because they got busted with their um, red line, their Western Digital Reds, and now they actually put on there that they're SMRs. But I don't think a lot of the other companies do it. So if you go to like Newegg and search for like Western Digital Red hard drives, you'll see um, so CMR. You can see this one is specifically CMR, and now this one's SMR. And you'll notice a price difference. Man, this is only $5 difference. Yeah, so go with CMR. So I know Western Digital was shady and not listing it before, but I'm pretty sure now they're one of the only ones that straight up just list it in a lot of their listings that this is SMR versus CMR. So like oyster shucking, yep. As a New Orleans, Louisiana native, I know oysters. Did the whole shucking thing, then went to Exos. Yeah, I run the HGST. What do they call it? Is that HGST drives? Yeah, the Ultra Stars. Yeah, this is what I run. 12 terabyte versions. Yeah, here they are. No, not this one. Essentially this one, but the 12 terabyte version. They're like helium filled or something. Whatever. But yeah, that's what I run. Exos are good for sure. So it's really confusing. You can get out of hand with all the different lines of drives they have out there. So Exos is like is Seagate's version of Western Digital's Ultra Stars, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, these are good drives for sure. Yeah, and then when I bought, so yeah, helium sealed, blah blah blah. When I bought my Ultra Stars, there were two versions. There were what was the terminology for them? It was really weird. It was like one has like some type of encryption on it where you can wipe it super quickly or something, and one doesn't. I wish I had. That sounds super lame, and I didn't do a good job of explaining it. But what did they call it? Ultra SE versus SE versus XE or something. Okay, here's SE. So they have an SE and a ISE. So there's SE and ISE, and there's like I don't know if you guys have seen that or heard of it. It's like some type of like encrypt or it's not even an encryption. It's a I guess I could just use the internet. ISE has all the same functions as features as SE, but ISE has an additional feature called Instant Secure Erase. This feature can effectively securely erase all data on the drive within seconds, whereas the SE models can take hours to erase data. So HGST seems to be low on price for, or how good are they? They're, I can only speak off of my performance. They've been running in my system for a year now, and I have zero smart errors on them, and they run fine. So, I mean, they're good. Um, yeah, it's I can only speak off of my personal preference. So you can do research, look at other people's experiences with them, and see how they feel about them. But yeah, I missed a couple. But they don't write SMR on the like oh shocking. Um, yeah, they were caught big time. Yeah, it was a huge ordeal when Western Digital got busted. And I think it was one of those things where other drive manufacturers were like watching from the side, like, uh, good thing they got busted because I'm pretty sure everybody else is doing the same exact thing. Exos good for sure. Yeah. Exos are high up there, as well as like the Western Digital Gold. Those are like the really high level NAS, like enterprise level shit. I need to upgrade and replace a few drives at some point. One old 2 TB Western Digital green is throwing errors on my Unraid server. Yeah, green's like below blue, right? Green's like the energy efficient, super cheap, you get what you pay for type drives, right? Or am I thinking of it wrong? It goes green, blue is their desktop, black is their like performance desktop, red is their NAS, and gold is their super NAS ones. Um, yeah, I also bought a spare. I when I filled up, or I bought those 12 TB ones. I also bought an additional one, so I have a fifth one sitting in its bubble wrap in my closet in case one of these fails. I can hot swap it in. So always have a spare on deck for your production shit. Exos has multiple versions as well. Yeah, they usually all have crazy tiers. You can get the super expensive like enterprise ones where you have big companies with deep pockets that can pay for these things. I have a few HGST 3 TB drives that have been gooing good with about a 3 year power on time. Yeah, Western Digital's HSGT line, from what I've read when I did my research, it seemed like the best. They had really good reviews in terms of longevity, and the price was really good. So that's what I personally went with. And so far, I can speak from personal experience, they've been good. All the Western Digital Easy Store or Elements external drives above 6 terabytes are supposed to be non-SMR, per the crazy amount of reporting people have done on Reddit and forums. So let me read that again. All the Western Digital Easy Store or Elements external drives above 6 terabytes are supposed to be non-SMR. So I guess if you want to do shucking and you're comfortable with doing that, go with the external Western Digital ones above 6 terabytes. Backblaze does a report quite often on failure rate. Backblaze? Blackblaze. I think you mean Backblaze, right? Or is it literally Blackblaze? Yeah, I mean, that's at the end of the day, failure rate is probably the most important factor when it comes to hard drives in your NAS. So, and the second being, well, it depends on who you ask, but budget. So, failure rate and budget, pretty much the two things you really care about. They can throw features at you like larger caches or ISE versus SE for instant security erase and shit like that, but price and reliability are pretty much all that matters for NAS solutions, especially the drives. Over the years, the cost of hard drives and storage devices has gone down really fast. The sad thing is that computers with multiple storage components are not that cheap, and most PCs max out at 4 HDD drives. Yeah, Backblaze. So, yeah, I assume that's what you meant. I didn't know if there was some other like YouTuber called Blackblaze that did reports or something. But yeah, I'm gonna butcher your name, dude. I apologize. 1E2. I don't know if it's 1E2 or Oni2. 1E2. That's what I'm gonna go with. Yeah. So individual. I think you see that a lot for components, where individually the prices can go down a ton, but when sold together, certain things kind of stay up there, like server grade components, especially like we saw, you could find a freaking Xeon chip for $12. But yeah, the hard drive market has been weird because, yeah, hard drives have, especially once solid state drives got to where it wasn't insanely expensive for everybody to actually use solid state drives, hard drives got insanely cheap. But then crypto and Chia, is that what it's called? Had this mad rush for high capacity storage recently, which, yeah, oh yeah, Chia threw a curveball in the price lately. Oni 2. Oni 2. Oni 2. Oni 2. One of those had to be right. Um, yeah, so yeah, hard drives have been weird. I think I'm hoping they're coming down a bit soon, but yeah, real weird. The hard drive market has been strange. HBA card solves port problem, but Chia Crypto did screw all the prices on the HDD and HBA cards. Yeah, freaking HBA cards are so weird. Like, you can find, like, dude, some of these HBA cards, like the 16 port versions, are like 500, 600 something dollars, which is insane. Like, I think I paid about $100 each for my 8-port ones. I have 2 of them. So I don't know what they used to cost before because I bought them with my server and I only put that together like a year ago. So yeah, HBA cards, it's nuts. I was like, oh, a 16 port one would be pretty cool to have, you know? Super convenient, just one card, 16 ports or 16 drives. Freaking like $600, dude. That's absolutely insane. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go let the dogs out and get a piece of cake. because I'm a fat McFat person. BRB. I'll give you the cool BRB screen. All right. Is this the right? Yeah. We did it. I got cookie cake. Check it out. If you don't like cookie cake, we can't be friends. It's the best thing ever. I'm at fault for buying a few of them. Yeah, I mean, it's not the individual people who are buying up a couple of hard drives or graphics cards or whatever. It's the freaking people or companies buying up like warehouses full of shit. Much driving it up. Like, I have like 3 GPUs that I'm mining with. I am not causing the mining problem. It's the pictures you see of warehouses full of freaking GPUs that are just brutal. I was lucky to get my stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's gotten insane lately. I was literally thinking about the song "Who Let the Dogs Out" while I was running downstairs. I'm only today learning about HBA cards. So they increase the HDD ports on the machine? Yeah. So HBA cards plug into your PCI slot, and they give you yeah, 6 or 8, usually 8 or 16 ports, and it's usually a mini SAS connector, and you get a let me see if I have one. I don't think I have one laying around, but it's a little mini SAS connector, and it branches out into 4 SATA ports, and it just goes through the PCI lanes directly to your system. It's an easy way to add more drives to your machine. Assuming you have the PCI lanes available, which is why server grade processors are so important, because they give you more PCI lanes if you want to expand. Typically needs a breakout cable 1 to 4 with 2 ports on the HB8. Right, HBA. Okay. Last one of the night. Which one is it going to be? John Jay, or we'll just call this one Green. John Jay or Green? Did we hang up the bourbon? Not quite. Not quite. Wonderful and fantastic. Imagine I usually just added a new computer with more ports, or machines in general. What a waste. Yeah, I mean, assuming you have the PCI slots, you can add a shit ton. So like, we can look it up right now. If you go to, for example, eBay, it's where I find a lot of shit. You can do like a 8-port HBA, and you can get something like, this is an HP one, pretty standard stuff. This isn't bad. Here you go, right here. It looks like it uses a PCI 8X slot, 4X slot. I can't, probably 4X maybe. 45 bucks, not bad. So you get, there's not much on it, but yeah, you can see the 2 ports right here. These are terrible pictures. They don't even show you the ports. Oh wait, is this an external one? No, it's not. There it is. So there's 2 differences in HBAs. Green, IT mode. Okay, I've seen 1 vote and it was for green, so that's what we're going with. So yeah, there's IR mode and there's IT mode. So you can usually flash them to be whatever mode you want them to. But IT versus IR, IR is integrated RAID, and IT is something that doesn't sound like it at all. So IR mode is that any drives you connect to the card will be automatically rated before they go to the system. So they'll be rated in whatever configuration essentially you have set up. IT mode means it's passing the individual drives directly to the system. So IT mode is like what I would prefer. So I think I got that right. What up, Clarence? Welcome. Hope you're doing well too, my man. He's banging on that. Get the hell out of here. Oh no, it's dog. I thought the cats were about to tussle. Yep, you need IT mode, otherwise it just becomes a RAID card, right? So yeah, there's also internal HBAs and external HBAs, meaning that the ports can either be internal, so like in your system, if you want to just run this in a computer and host the drives in the same computer, or you can have external ones where the ports are facing the outside, where you want to run drives from another system. Maybe you have another computer that just is there to host a shit ton of drives, and then you can export that to a completely another computer that's going to host your like your NAS system. So most of the time, you're just going to want to go for home servers. You're going to want to go with the internal ports. I think I prefer IT mode and just do it soft and just do software RAID. Yeah, I mean most cases IT is the way to go. IR is for like, I think of IR, the only good use case I can think for IR is if you want to like boot from these drives and you want redundancy on a boot drive. So it'll all be rated before the host system sees it. So you can boot from a rated array. You can't do that in IT mode. So, I mean, you kind of can. For some systems, you can tell it to establish a RAID when you configure it. So, but I don't really see a good use case. I'm probably not the target audience for IR HBA cards, so whatever. How's the 12th gen PC going for you? Sorry, I'm a bit off topic. 12th gen, and it was something. The stream last night took 5 hours to put that shit together because apparently Gigabyte released one of their motherboards without with a firmware that didn't support NVMe drives. So we were basically trying to troubleshoot why the NVMe drive wasn't being read or seen at all by the BIOS. And turns out we just needed to update the freaking BIOS to a new firmware because they shipped it with a firmware that didn't work for NVMe drives. But I basically got that thing together, ran a simple Cinebenchmark. So all I did was no XMP, no anything, no overclocking. The i5 the i5 2600K scored higher in Cinebench R23 than a first generation Threadripper 1950X, which is a 16 core 32 thread Threadripper. The i5 12600K scored higher in Cinebench than that, which is extremely impressive. That's not a tell-all. That's not me sitting here saying this is better than a Threadripper. I'm just saying that is still impressive that it beat it in that benchmark. I think it was like 17,500 versus like 16,800 or something. Still relatively close, but still beat it. So, and it seems like if 2 ports on the HBA, then it's 8 hard disks. So each, yeah. So that's the way it usually works. They do have, you can get crazy with it. So technically these HBAs can support up to like 64 drives or something because you can buy breakout cards where you can increase the amount of ports and shit on them. So you can get nutty with it. But in general, yeah, each port is going to give you 4 drives for the most part. So yeah, that's kind of the rule of thumb. But if you want like a 16 port, because they have 16 port ones, last time I checked, they're freaking expensive as shit. Wait, why is this one so cheap? They were not this cheap when I looked last time. Adaptec. I've never heard of them. 16 port HBA RAID. So it's a RAID card. I don't want a RAID card. I don't know if it can be flashed to IT mode. So that's kind of not something I want. This is external. External. LSI 6. So this should be legit, right? Also external. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. I have that Adaptec. So can it be flashed to IR mode or IT mode? Or is it just, oh, it does do IT. Huh. That's a pretty good deal then. Shit, 130 bucks. I might need, I might legit buy one of these because right now I'm running 2 8 ports and it's taking up 2 physical PCI lanes when I could just have one of these. Yeah, shit, this would be freaking way better. Did you have to manually? Yeah, I have the LSI, the 8. Yeah, I have that. That's what I have. I have 2 of those in my Proxmox or my home server passed through to TrueNAS. You literally hit Control C at boot. Nice. They're cheaper ones. Really? What the shit was I looking at then? I must be tripping, dude. I must be misremembering because I remember seeing our HBA cards for like, so like, yeah, what is this? 300? What am I looking at here? What makes this one so expensive? 16i SATA SAS HBA controller card, 12 gigabytes per second. 16 port supports NVMe HDD. What the fuck is an HD? What the fuck is an NVMe HDD? The fuck's an NVMe hard drive? Oh man, I'm feeling so happy they just got a solution to a 10-year-old problem I couldn't never get an answer to. Awesome. That's literally, that's super legit. That's what I enjoy doing with YouTube. I really enjoy helping people out and helping people learn about tech. So hearing you say that coming here and helped you solve a problem is extremely awesome to me. So I appreciate that, man. Glad we could help. Supreme Sonic Support, what up, man? Welcome. Welcome back to the stream. Somebody asked about how the build, the 12th gen Intel build was going from the other night. Basically finished and went to bed and turned it off. It's been sitting there. I got like PTSD. How can I have been in the industry and never knew about? Dude, you pick up, just in this stream, I've learned about freaking services and shit that apparently a bunch of people use that I've never even heard of. So no matter where you are, no matter what your expertise level is, there's always something to learn. So, and you never know where you're going to learn it either. You wandered into a small YouTuber stream with wow, now 18 viewers, and learned something that helped you out for the last, or that's been plaguing you for the last 10 years. So awesome. If you're sticking with Unraid, they have a tested list of HBA cards. So one thing I noticed, I have a, I wasn't super bothered by this, but so if we go into my tools and system devices, you'll see that I have a, so I have this Qualcomm Atheros wireless network adapter. So I have a like a PCI Wi-Fi card, Wi-Fi adapter in the system, but when I go to like my VM and I say edit, and I go down to other PCI devices, it says none available. Am I missing something here, or do I have to do something extra to pass through like a network card? Or maybe that one's just straight up not supported Unraid, but it's weird that it can see it. I mean, it's not weird that it can see it, but I just don't, maybe it's not supported to pass through for Unraid. I don't know enough about it and how that works, but yeah, super weird. I figured it would be like Proxmox where you can kind of select the IMM IMMOU. Am I dumb? What is the IMMOU group to pass through, and it works. So maybe I'm just missing something. I don't know. I have to check the box, reboot, and it should show. What box am I checking? Have to check the box, reboot, and it should show. Oh, okay. I didn't even realize there was box. So what is this checkbox? So is this allowing it check it and bind it to VIFO? That's super. So I will say that a lot of things aren't as intuitive in Unraid as I have found them in like Proxmox or something. And that'd be under system devices. So you're thinking if I select, it's weird that they don't even say what the checkboxes are for. I'm clicking. Because I know in Unraid, if you don't understand something, try clicking it. But, huh. Okay, I'll have to give that a try. Oh yeah, scroll down, press OK. It's probably going to make me reboot, though, and I'd really don't. Oh, wait. Oh, bind selected to VFIO at boot. Okay. So does that mean that... So does binding a device to VFIO at boot essentially disconnect it from the host? So if I select one of these and bind it to VFIO, is it just going to like turn it off from the host and allow me to pass it through? That's kind of, it's not really how it works with Proxmox, I don't think. I know you have to manually do it for like GPUs, but it's like kind of native on Proxmox. You can just pass it through, select one. Why do you need to pass through the... I don't need to, but I was just curious because I had one in there. And if I was passing through a NIC in the future, like that's something you commonly do if you want to run like a dedicated, traffic VM or pfSense virtual machine, you might want to pass through a NIC or something. So I was curious how to just pass through a device, and that's what I have in there. So no real reason to pass through the NIC. I was just wanting generally how to pass through a PCI device. I haven't even taken a sip of this. Ooh, it smells. What percentage is this? 47. Smells higher. Yes, Unraid can see it, but it won't be available to Unraid. Okay, that makes sense. Do you know the IbraCorp YouTube? IbraCorp YouTube channel? I can only recommend it for Unraid tutorials. Yeah, we looked at that before you got here, Clarence. IbraTech and Space Invader 1. I have subscribed to it. Subscribed to both of them. And I'll be checking them out probably tomorrow while I'm hanging out. Actually, I have to bug. I think I have to record a video tomorrow, so we'll see. But I haven't decided what video I want to film tomorrow. The easy one, the one that's already set up and ready to go is a breakdown of my TrueNAS configuration, because a couple of people have mentioned that they'd like to see kind of more in-depth look at how I set up my TrueNAS system, which isn't super complicated at all, so it'd be a pretty easy video to film. And the other one I want to do probably soon before the hype dies down is I'm going to do it's not shit. Where's my other Ryzen box? Oh man. I was hoping I still had my 5700G box, because I was going to do a 12600K versus Ryzen 5700G video comparing both of those. So we'll see. I'll probably go with the TrueNAS video just because I've streamed 2 days in a row, and I got to do a lot of benchmarking with this and with the other system, so I have comparisons, and I kind of don't feel like doing that. So I'll probably do that next week. But okay, so now I know to pass through devices, I have to go in here, select them, and bind to VFIO boot, and reboot it so that I can pass them through. The host no longer uses them, which is weird that they have so many of these things allowed to bind. Like, I don't even know what some of this shit is. Like VTD memory map. Why would I want to bind that to VFIO? Whatever. I'd rather have more capabilities than less, so. Did I miss a question? Oh, I did. Okay. So, is Unraid like Proxmox or like TrueNAS Scale? Unraid, they're all the same. Well, obviously they're not all the same. They're all hypervisors. The difference being that Unraid is built on Linux. It's not free. You have to pay for it. It boots from a USB drive, but it does have really good community and support, and you kind of get what you pay for. Proxmox is based on Linux. It is free. It isn't as, I would say, user-friendly or beginner-friendly as Unraid, but I personally use Proxmox, and I like the feature set. Everything I've wanted to do in Proxmox, I've been able to do. It might not be as pretty or as simple as an Unraid, but I've had really no major problems with Proxmox. TrueNAS has 2 versions. TrueNAS Core and TrueNAS Scale. Oh, you mentioned TrueNAS Scale. So yeah, TrueNAS Scale is built on Linux. It is TrueNAS's attempt at creating a more integrated style hypervisor, because Core is essentially a NAS solution built on FreeBSD with some hypervisor features. You can use jails in there and create some virtual machines, but it's not based on Linux, which all the good most of the hypervisors are built on top of, because you get easy Docker access and containers and blah, blah, blah. So that's their venture into that. It's still in beta, I'm pretty sure, but it's free. Really good NAS solution. I recommend trying it out. Oh yeah, big advantage of Unraid is that you can mix and match drives. That's very true. They have different file systems. So Unraid uses XFS or others. You can choose. ZFS is coming soon, but you can pick and choose. So if you're using, I think, XFS or any of them besides ZFS, you can straight up just add drives to your pool, and you can mix and match like an 8 terabyte, a 1 terabyte, a 3 terabyte. You can kind of throw them in there and expand really easily. But with TrueNAS, you are going to be stuck using ZFS, which I don't have a problem with. I like ZFS, but it's really RAM intensive, so you need a lot of RAM to run it. Or a lot of RAM is very subjective. Depends on who you ask. But it runs ZFS. I like ZFS. I know it's not for everybody, but yeah, there's a few differences that are all hypervisors. They're all under the umbrella of hypervisors, but they kind of have their own things they do well and things they kind of don't do well. So never really liked jails. Yeah, jails, they're FreeBSD's version of containers, and they just never got the traction or support that they needed to get a bunch of them, or get a bunch of development going on them. So they can't really hold a flame to Docker containers or Linux containers. Oh God, I fell asleep. Nick, you fell asleep and with the stream on? Has the stream been on this whole time while you've been sleeping, my dude? 12th gen Unraid. Next video suggestion. So you're saying do Unraid on this guy? That might not be a bad idea. Hosting Unraid on Alder Lake Unraid build. Gone sexual. So TrueNAS Scale and TrueNAS can not use mix and match HDD drives. I guess I never noticed, because I usually always just buy the same size disk. So yeah, TrueNAS Scale and Core they use ZFS, and with ZFS you can't really just mix and match drives. You can't actually do that. To build a pool, they have to be the same amount of storage, and to add them, you can't just like throw a new drive in there. You have to add a new pool or a new array to the pool. So for example, I have 4 hard drives. 2 of them are mirrored, another 2 are mirrored, and then those 2 mirrors are striped together to give me 1 pool. So if I wanted to expand that, I can't just throw another 12 terabyte drive in there. I would legit have to buy 2 more hard drives, mirror those, and then add them to the stripe. So then I would have 3 separate mirrors all striped together. Whereas with Unraid, if I just need another couple terabytes, I can go buy like a 4 terabyte drive and throw it in there, and it's good to go. So 12th gen isn't support. Aw, bummer. What is it? Oh man, y'all hit me with some chats. That's why I like TrueNAS Scale out there on RC1. ZFS is rock solid. Has let me down once in 5 years. Yeah, I love me some ZFS. I understand the downside of it being RAM heavy, but I don't mind that. I will splurge for some RAM for the reliability and speed that ZFS gives you. I enjoy it. Yes, it must be all the same size, but can do some stuff like if you have 8 12 terabyte drives and you have 2 14 terabyte drives. Again, space the video and extra space from the 4 terabytes left. So you're saying you can break it out. You can resize the drive and utilize the extra space. I didn't know that, if that's what you're saying. TrueNAS is not good when it comes to jails and VMs. No, absolutely not. I agree. Stick with storage capabilities and other built-in services like S3. Yeah, no, TrueNAS Core should not be installed on bare metal if you're looking for a dedicated hypervisor. If you're looking for just a NAS solution, go with TrueNAS for sure. No, I definitely recommend. I fell asleep like 20 minutes before your stream started. It's like 5 a.m. here now. Just smooth sailing this evening. Yeah, I mean, so I guess you were here when I was trying to get all my work shit done, which was freaking awful. So those of you that weren't here when the stream started, I uh, I was going live at 6 p.m. here, and at around like 5:45, someone from work texted me and called me like, "Hey, we have this issue. Can you hop on a call and help?" I'm like, "Shit." So I had to jump on a call and work to fix something that busted. So we literally had to start my stream and just have it like waiting for like 30 minutes. But since then, it's been chill. Got a bunch of people in here. A lot of people in here have been around for a couple hours now. We've just been hanging out, talking about Unraid, answering questions about any home server stuff in general, drinking some bourbon. This is my third pour out of the 4 that I brought up here. So it's been chill. Been a good little crowd, man. It's been fun. So yeah, much smoother sailing than trying to build that stupid 12th gen Intel build last night, which was awful. You can't put in a drive bigger than your parity drive in Unraid. You can do cache and cache pools now. Yeah, that's one. Yeah. So for Unraid, your parity drive has to be equal or larger than your largest data drive. So that is one thing to note. They do have caching as well. I don't believe the caching in Unraid is as sophisticated as the caching that can be done in ZFS. So maybe I'm wrong, but from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like the caching is as intricate and as flexible as it is in ZFS. Because there's like 3 or 4 different caching drives you can do in ZFS. You can do an S-log, you can do a metadata cache, you can do a, what is it? S-log is the read one. The cache one is the metadata is like the little bits that get written on transfers. There's, what is it? There's S-log and there's, what's the other major cache one? I can't remember. Cool, man. I'll catch up a little later. Yeah, man. You don't have to, it's freaking 5 a.m. Go back to sleep, my dude. This will all be on YouTube the next day to watch. So Space Invader 1 on YouTube. Oh, okay, yeah. Space did a dark side of ZFS for that extra 4 terabytes. Yeah, I'm gonna browse through his videos and check him out. He seems like he's a super intelligent dude, or at least knows what he's talking about. Doing a lot of cool things with home lab stuff, especially storage. So I'll definitely check him out for sure. Maybe if he likes hanging out and drinking whiskey, he can hop on a live stream, one of these live streams one day, and we can hang out and talk home lab stuff. That would be chill. But yeah, that's Unraid. I think that those are the major ones, right? Am I missing one? There's Unraid. There's Proxmox. There's the TrueNASes. There's ESXi, and I mean, when we're talking dedicated hypervisors, that's kind of it, unless you're running Windows Server. What did they call their virtualization? Shit, I can't remember. But yeah, those are essentially kind of your choices when it comes to um, installing a hypervisor on your bare metal. And I don't, yeah, I don't think there's a best case for any of them. Like everyone's always going to say which one's best because that's always what you want to know when there's similar things to compare. It doesn't matter if it's computer parts, it's cars, it's food, it's water bottles, it's literally anything. Everybody wants to know which one's the best, and there's no good answer at all. So, Open Media Vault. Is Open Media Vault hypervisor? I get. So I don't know enough about Open Media Vault. I will admit that. I should know at least a little bit, but well, that's definitely not this. So I've known it as a NAS solution, but is it also like I can host VMs and shit? It's based on Linux, so yeah, I guess it can. Is it even going to load the website? Hello? I cannot get to their website. It's weird. It is. Okay, cool. Well, another one to try. Yeah, free Linux. I mean, it's based on Linux, so there's no reason it can't be. Savage. Hello. Enjoying the stream. What type of raid do you recommend for TrueNAS? I hate answering with depends because I like to give people answers that they can use, and I hate when people take the easy way out and say, "Oh, I don't," and they give you a broad answer. So, but it really does depend on what your budget is, what your hardware limitations are, what your storage needs are. But I personally um, I like what you would consider a RAID 10. So that setup is what I'm running. It's mirroring two drives. So you work in even numbers of drives. So you can have two drives and just mirror those, or you can get two more and mirror those, or you can get six and then have three sets of mirrors, and then you stripe all those together. So you're getting the redundancy of the mirrors in case of a failure, but you're also getting the speed of striping them together. So it's the best of both worlds. It's not price efficient at all because you're literally having your storage for the money, but in terms of performance and reliability, that's the best you can do. The RAID 10 configuration. But if you're looking for budget wise, then you'd go with like RAID 5. So parity, I would say 5 to 1. So you can get 5 drives with one parity. That's about as risky as I would get. So that's basically, it's much more efficient for the cost. The performance isn't as good as striping, but you get a lot of performance or you get a lot of storage for the money, and you do get that redundancy where if a drive fails, you don't lose all your data. You still have time to put a new spare in there. So yeah, striped mirrors are great for speed. You're going to pay for it out of your pocket for sure, but um, for reliability and speed, striped mirrors or RAID 10 is your best bet. But for overall general, what I would recommend to most people is like a RAID 5 configuration, which is super standard. Um, and you can configure it however you want. Yeah, RAID Z1. So it's in ZFS, it's called RAID Z1. Or if you have two parity drives, RAID Z2. But that's if you have a shit ton of drives or you really want to be redundant with it. So it just depends, man. It depends on your budget. It depends on what you need, how safe you want to be with your data, how fast you want it to go. But as if you have 2 drives, go with the mirror. If you have 3 or more, go with RAID Z1 and just set up a parity drive. That's what I would recommend. SnapRAID. What is SnapRAID? Never heard of it. I think I've heard of it, but I really don't know what it is. SnapRAID is a backup program for disk arrays. It stores parity information from your data and recovers it from up to 6 disk failures. So what is it? What does it actually do? What is it? Is it just a service, or it's like a container so it's kind of like sync thing that it can run on Linux, and it's just a backup, right? Awesome, thanks. Yeah, definitely, man. Any other questions? Feel free. There's a Discord link in the description below for the Raid Owl Discord. Hanging out. I'm always in there. If you got questions, you want to talk about tech, come hang out and talk. Don't feel intimidated if you have some newbie questions. Everybody was a newbie at one point. I was a newbie with a lot of things, even just like a year ago, and I'm still a newbie with a lot of things. So I never hesitate to ask questions. I never hesitate to say I don't know something. I will always at least attempt to look it up and learn about it, and that's kind of what I want to do with the Discord. So feel free to stop by, man. Would argue Unraid is also similar to RAID 5 and RAID 6 for parity protection. Yeah, for sure. So with Unraid, that's kind of the default setup is right when you log into Unraid, they're like, hey, I'm not going to do this right now. They're like, hey, set up your array, and you select the disks you want. Well, the first thing you do is you select a parity disk, and then you select all the disks you want to be as data disks. And that essentially is what you do with RAID 5 or RAID Z1. You select a parity disk and your data disks, and that's how it does the storage. And the best way I've heard of explaining RAID 5 or RAID Z1 is that it's like a function. So in math class, you learned that like if A plus B plus C equals D, then you could essentially remove any of those variables and still recalculate what it was if you have the numbers for the other 3. So that's basically what RAID Z1 and RAID 5 are doing. It's a function where your drives are the variables, and if you lose a drive, it basically uses the rest of the function to recalculate what was on that drive. So if you lose it, you plug in a new one, brand new, it does the calculation on the function and spits out the answer for the variable or repopulates the new drive. So that's the easiest way I've heard of explaining it. I mean, it's not like it's super complicated anyway, but that's kind of how I think about it. I must join the Discord channel once I've woken up properly. 6 I guess that means 6 a.m. here in Munich, Germany. Another person from Germany. We had another person in here. Man, he told me what his name was German for and I already forgot it. Wayne. His name was German for Wayne, is what he told me. I feel like I have more people, or I have so many people in my chat from outside of the US versus in the US. It's crazy. I tried XCPing a while back. I don't know if that's Tom Lawrence. Oh, dude, I love Lawrence Systems. Such a good YouTube channel for networking. If you have any networking questions or just want to learn about networking, go watch, look up Lawrence Systems on YouTube. Dude is extremely knowledgeable on network related stuff for sure. Do you know a project called Net Server? NetH Server has a wonderful community. It's an SMB server. NetH Server. I do not. Is that how you spell it? Oh, Net Server. Small business made easy. Net Server is an operating system for Linux enthusiasts designed for small offices and medium enterprises. Okay. Rich, simple, solid, open. It's a lot of buzzwords. Based on CentOS, Red Hat Linux. Password publisher. Okay. Sounds legit. So it's like a... So it's not a hypervisor, it's a... So it's almost like a firewall router type thing. So it's like pfSense kind of. It's like pfSense on crack. Interesting. Sounds cool. Only complaint with Unraid is you need at least one disk in the array to do anything. I just have one disk and that is it in ZFS. Again, I suppose that removed. Again, supposed to have that removed in your... Yeah, I mean, I don't see why they would remove that. I mean, one disk is essentially a striped disk of itself. So if you want to throw one disk in a ZFS pool, just, I don't know why you just wouldn't let people do it. I mean, who cares? Zen Center Project Next Generation. Was that something that was on there? Did I miss that? What are we quoting? What did I miss, Clarence? Screenshots give a true NAS feel. Why? Just show me like I want like a library. Yeah, it's like a it does look like TrueNAS. I mean, I'm sure it's just using the same like bootstrap template. It looks like a combination of TrueNAS and Unify, which isn't a bad thing. I like both of those GUIs, so. Okay, now we have a... Yeah, it looks like Unify. Unify and TrueNAS had a baby. So yeah, it's like almost a hypervisor. Maybe? I guess it doesn't host like VMs or anything. So it's like a really capable firewall web-based Linux thing, I guess you'd call it. I mean, it looks cool. For sure. So, huh. I'm always down to check it out. Oh, Zen's, okay. Next gen Zen Center Project. XCP and G written out. Gotcha. Okay. Zen server from Citrix, but fully open source. I haven't looked into that at all, but I'm sure if Tom Lawrence has a video on it, I'm sure it's really good and well put together. So yeah, Neth server is a business system with firewall, mail server, other modules like Nextcloud. Yeah, so it looks cool. Yeah, it looks really, really interesting. It's almost not like that's almost a hypervisor. It's like all the things you'd kind of want to do with a hypervisor without actually having to do it. It's kind of like a one click. Here's your mail server. Here's a network firewall. Here's a file system. Here's, you know, all this shit that if you were installing a hypervisor, you'd have to go out and manually configure them all. But if you want just like a one click solution, it kind of looks like that's what this is, which in business, it's huge. Businesses love one-click solutions. If you tell them, I'm going to install an open source operating system that you have to configure and support and install this software, and this software on it, they're going to be like, But if you come in and say, I have a one-click solution for you that'll give you all of this stuff, love it. Can't get enough of it. But yeah, that's pretty cool for sure. Pricing, oh, that's a big one. Let's take a look. Subscription based. Oh, okay. Community. 0. I love that price. So you don't get stable updates. Okay. Support is just through the community, through the forum. No tickets, no portal, nothing. So I guess this is basically just to try it out and see if you like it. 48. Is that euro, pounds? Sorry, I'm bad with, I don't know what that currency is. I guess that's euro. Maybe. 48 this per year. You get updates. It's good. Community Forum Pro. 1 ticket is 100 this. That's not, honestly, not too, what are the, Crostino lasagna, okay, Italian. This has got to be Italian then. So that makes sense. But, I mean, not terrible for, especially for a business software. Freaking 250 a year is not bad at all. Euro, yeah, euros. Okay, yeah, they seem Italian with these foods for sure. Yeah, pretty legit. I've never heard of it. I've obviously never heard of anybody using it, so I don't know how good it is if it's just all show, but it seems pretty cool. You can see it looks like an E. Yeah, it's kind of what I got at. Kind of an E. Euro makes sense. What was the final score of the USA? 2-0? Let me double check. Oh, I had some bets tonight. I had some sports bets. Let's see if I won any of them. I don't know if any of you guys bet on sports, but I do it just for fun. Not a lot of money or anything. It makes hockey and basketball regular season kind of worth watching for me. Did we win any money tonight? Doesn't look like it. Damn, dude. I lost. None of my bets hit. You hate to see it. Darn. Actually, the community version of Neth server is enough for most people and has one of the best community supports. Cool. If I had a business, I would look into it. But I got so much stuff on my plate at this point that I don't know if I can add another piece of software on there. Hmm. Well, I think we may have hit the end of the stream. It has been 5 hours about. So good stream. I'm happy again that just like the other night, we had some people turn out, super friendly in chat, asking really good questions, definitely helping me learn some things along the way. I feel much more comfortable with Unraid, that's for sure. But I think what's my camera doing? I think I am going to go ahead and end it here. The stream, if anybody has joined late or anything, the entire stream is going to be on the channel tomorrow. It's going to be called Nerd Alert. That is the name I've given to my live streams. Those are all on YouTube. There's a playlist. If you go to my channel, check it out. The links to all my socials are up above. If you want to join the Discord channel, which I have open right here, Mr. Genius just joined. Let's wave to Mr. Genius. The link to the Discord is down below. I just created it the other day. It's a small group. Don't expect to jump in and it being wild and crazy, but I made it with the idea of it being super friendly, super open. Any questions are allowed, any level. If you're super into Linux and hardcore Linux user, or you're just getting into it, don't be afraid to come in and ask questions. I will be there to help out any way I can. But that is all I have for you today. Thanks everybody for joining out, new or old. If you've been to these, or if this is your first one, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is it. I will see you guys in the next video or the next time I stream. Appreciate you. Had fun watching. That sounds creepy. Yeah, just wait for the Not Safe for Work stream. See y'all later.